Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I see some sleepy faces from yesterday's social. Good morning to Address Policy Working Group. We're gonna kick off the session. So this is a hybrid meeting. There are going to be people in the room. We have people in the audience. Everything's going to be recorded. And if there are any questions in the room, you can just go to the mic. And we have online, we have the chat being monitored by Leo. And we have the scribe. So I want to point out the code of conduct, and I want to stress this again. We have a code of conduct, and we've had some incidents on the mailing list in the last half year where we as chairs had to step in. For the majority of that, we didn't do that online on list, but we did have some off-list discussions. And I would like to stress this again. Please refrain from personal attacks or suggesting alternative motives and things like that. Please keep this, all the policy discussions, professional, because other people are reading the mailing list as well, and we want to have a welcoming environment for a proper discussion. So I cannot stress this enough. We as chairs have had some serious time spent on this, and if this is not improving, we do need to act upon this by blocking people if needed to keep the complete discussion relevant to the policy discussions that we have, and I prefer not to do that. So everybody read the minutes from the last meeting, and we've had no comments. Any questions on that? Otherwise, the minutes are going to be final. Yes? Anything missing on the agenda? We did change things a bit left and right. So we have two slides or two slots. We've moved it a bit so that we had the proper discussions in this slot and in the next one. And this is the introduction. So, no questions on the agenda. So one of the things that happened in the last period is that we had 3 chairs, and then also to both Leo and myself, perhaps not so much to James, but James got offered a position at the NCC. So all of a sudden we had 2 chairs, and as you've seen in the email I sent out in September and forwarded yesterday again, we, 2 chairs is for the majority of the work enough to, manage the working group. We did see the benefit of having an additional chair. So if people are interested in the position, please let yourself know. I will also, before the next RIPE meeting, send out an additional call for volunteers. We did find one person already that is willing to assist. Alex. And same as what we did with James and Leo, Alex will help out and see on the working group chair mailing list and see what's going to be involved, and the actual chair selection will be done at the next RIPE meeting. Any questions on this? Welcome, Alex. Oh.
Hi, Miriam Kühne, RIPE chair. Yeah, as you saw, there were some concerns on the list about the process. I just wanted to stress that I think it's really important that we are following our own processes, and I'm glad you're saying that there will be an open call for new chairs before the next RIPE meeting, and thanks, Alex, for helping out in the meantime. And then, yeah, I think it's just really important that we give other people also a chance to step up. So.
Yeah, so in the email that I've sent out in September, I already asked for volunteers, because knowing that this was coming up, but it was a bit in the message itself. So there will be a more clear email sent out specifically on that topic.
Very good. So, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Bush.
Randy Bush, IJ Research and Arcus. First of all, I've known Alex a little while, and but I'm a vampire. A little new blood would be nice. And other diversity issues, but it's the openness and transparency of that. Your September message was, well, if you insist, contact us. Not, we're running an open call for volunteers through a transparent and open process that is this. And I really appreciate your being a little more open and transparent today. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Then next point on the agenda is the NRO&C ICANN ASO AC update.
Sorry.
This time by Sander.
Hello, good morning. 185 you said, right? Yeah, I'm giving you a short update on the ASO AC, also known as the NRO&C. That's the body that performs that function. I won't take too much of your time. So the ASO AC is an ICANN body. It's implemented by the NRO Number Council, for which there's an election going on at this meeting. So please vote. How is it organized? Well, we have usually 15 members, 3 from each region. Every region, 2 people get elected by the community, and 1 person gets appointed by the local RIR board. Terms are chosen by the RIR, so that's not universal. And we advise the ICANN board. We oversee the global policy process. If there's a policy that spans all 5 regions, the policies that go to that deal with what IANA provides to the RIRs, we handle that. We also have the responsibility to appoint 2 ICANN board members and appoint somebody to the ICANN NomCom. Our default meeting schedule is once a month in a Zoom call, and under normal circumstances, well, I'll get to that in a bit, we meet face-to-face once a year. So, who are currently on the council? From Afrinic, we have Sol Stein, but his term ends this year, and since Afrinic currently doesn't have a board and can't organize any community meetings, they actually don't have a way of appointing new people to the NRO&C. So that's why I said usually we should be consisting of 15 members, but at the moment we are slowly shrinking. The chair is Hervé Clement. I don't know if Hervé is in the room. Ah, he's right over there at the front row. We have Nicole is also here. She's the vice chair, and Ricardo Patara is the other vice chair. So as you can see, the term limits are not really really synced. We have an ongoing election, like I said. I am on there together with Hervé, who just got reappointed by the board. So what is going on with the global policy? So there is a global PDP, like how do we form these global policies? There's a list of current global policies as well. There are active global policies, but there's no policy currently under discussion. Hasn't been for quite a while. At the moment, things are fairly quiet in that regard. Should there be the need for a global policy, we actually have a facilitator team with people who will assist the community in on how to deal with this, what the process is, and how to do that. So if you have any questions or you think we need something, then please talk to us and we'll be happy to help you. So our meetings are open to observers. We actually last year had 2 meetings, one at the ICANN in Cancun and one at APNIC in Kyoto, because we had a lot of work. One of my next slides will go into that, but basically because of changing circumstances, we had to adjust our own procedures to make sure that we, for example, we could operate with members from one RIR not being there. Also, the mailing list is open. We have people can see what we do. We do everything out in the open, except of course, like when we are talking about personal things like who to appoint to the ICANN board. In that case, of course, there are some things that we do in private because there's just personal information that shouldn't be out in the open. But for the rest, like as much as we can, we try to keep everything open. So same thing for our monthly teleconference or Zoom conferences. If you're interested in what we do, please join us. And to make sure that we do all of this correctly, we even have an annual transparency report. So the positions that we currently appointed, Alan Barrett is currently on the ICANN board in seat number 9, and Christian Kaufmann is in seat number 10. Now, the way this works, because there's now another election process coming up, because we cannot, there cannot be 2 people from the same region, and Christian Kaufmann is already there for the next round of the selections for the ICANN board. We will not be able to send somebody from the right region. So this is a restriction that we just have to live with. So we are now starting a new election process and determining who we are going to send to the ICANN board on behalf of the RIR communities. But this time it will not be somebody from our region. We also have Ronda Silva, who is currently on the NUMCOM. So for the board process, we are currently in the nominations phase. So feel free to nominate people as long as they're not from the right region. Then we will have a comments phase where people can comment on the nominated people. There will be an interview phase with written and live interviews with the candidates. Then there will be a selection phase, which is internal. Like so this is when the people inside our group will select the candidate that we want to send to the board, and that will be announced in the middle of May approximately. So that's the timeline for the process. At the bottom is the link. Feel free to download the PDF and click it instead of typing it. So, like I said, we had to review our own procedures. Well, circumstances changed. There were rules about people from the 5 different regions having to be present at meetings, about some voting procedures, what constituted the quorum for the voting, and we were running extremely close to the limits because only Sol was there. So for and even to change our own operating procedures, the procedure said we needed a certain number of votes, which was in this case 100% of the people needed to vote yes, otherwise we couldn't pass anything. And the moment Sol would drop out, we couldn't even do that. So we had to make sure that our procedures were more in line with the current situation. So yeah, we worked for more than a year on that. We looked at all the other things as well, like voting processes. Like some things we voted on in one style, some things we voted on in a different style. So a lot of work went into this to make sure that they were simplified, clarified, and made compatible with the situation we are in. Luckily, the whole group did agree, so we get a unanimous approval of the changes, and the NRO Executive Council is the one who then has to approve them, and they did so as well at the end of October. So currently we are operating under our new procedures, and that was it. There was a bit that I forgot to mention. Like I said, we usually have one face-to-face meeting a year. We had more because of the procedures this year. We will have more than one next year because some discussions came up about ICP2 and the future and where do we want to move from here. I hope many of you watched Randy's presentation on Monday. That contained a lot of food for thoughts for us. So there will be another presentation tomorrow by Hervé, who will talk about where do we want to go in 2024 and what should the future look like. So that bit is not in this presentation. For that, please go to Hervé tomorrow. Any questions, comments, opinions, tomatoes?
Thanks so much.
Next up is Marco.
So, good morning, everybody. Yeah, my name is Marco Schmidt. I'm the manager of registration services at the RIPE NCC, and at this usual moment of the RIPE meeting, I would like to give you some updates, observations that are seen by my department and that we want to bring to your attention and where we're also looking forward for your input. These are the topics that I want to talk about, and actually I tried to this time a bit a different approach to put everything a bit into perspective. Does policy actually still match reality? Because quite often a policy is written at a certain time and then, well, the world moves on, the industry moves on, and maybe the policy gets a bit out of date. Or another, what can happen, that a policy was written with a certain intention, with a certain goal, but after a while we see that, oh, the goal is not actually really achieved. The policy doesn't work as intended. First off, I plan to give you some updates about IPv4 and IPv6. And as usual, to the people that attend this session regularly in the last couple of RIPE meetings, I give you an update about how the IPv4 waiting list is developing. And you see it reached kind of its peak at the beginning of this year. Then there was a first drop that was related that we handed out a bigger amount of address space that came out of quarantine. And a bit later, you'll see a slow decrease, which was a period where we didn't allow new entrants to the waiting list due to a board decision. And since then, it's slowly growing again. And we're right now about 1,100 people or organizations waiting for their IPv4 allocation. And at the same time, we do hand out address space. You see it's constantly growing. We have these two big jumps that correlate with the drop of the waiting list people. That is when we hand out larger blocks, but also on a regular basis, any couple of days, we hand out 1 or 2 IPv4 locations once they pass the 6 months holding period that we do after we deregister space. But still, the demand cannot satisfy, well, the demand is higher than what we can supply. So the orange line show that it's still the waiting time to get address space is growing and growing. And currently, the number or the person or the organization first in line is waiting already since August last year to get their IPv4 block. But overall, we handed out around 17,000 allocations since the waiting list became really active and people had to wait. And it's also interesting to know that around half of it went to multiple LARs. And I don't want to go too much in detail at this moment, but I want to put your attention to a very interesting RIPE Labs article that was published last week by my colleague Anthony. It was a collaboration between community engagement and registry services, or the registry team, where we looked at it actually, who got the allocations, how many were real newcomers, how many were multiple LARs, how many never used it and transferred it away. So yeah, the link is in my slides. So if you download them or if you go to RIPE Labs, you can find this article, and it's very interesting. Looking forward, we have currently in our current pool a bit around 550 allocations. The number is higher than what I showed you during the last RIPE meeting, which is due to the fact that right now we hold quite some address space there that was deregistered due to non-payment of members, and there will be a significant amount be released next year in January. So you also see that most of the space is coming from allocations currently. And still after that release, I don't expect so much coming out a bit now and then. So if you happen to join now the waiting list, you probably have to wait for 18 to 24 months. Now, I want to talk about IPv6 and about a topic that I reported earlier, IPv4 harvesting. And actually I have a question for you. So what would you think, how many allocations the largest member collected so far? Any guess here? More than 100, okay. 50,000, okay. Well, it's somewhere there. So I kind of visualize it. So if this is a /29, this little green stripe, it's actually 250 allocations that one member accumulated. So this is more than a /21, almost a /21. And to put this in perspective, this is like under the current IPv6 policy, only one time a member justified for a contiguous block of that size. And also that is an address space, actually, we're here in Italy, to give every citizen of Italy 2 /48s, and there's still space left over. And that's one member. And well, I brought this up to this working group a couple of times, and usually the reaction was, okay, whatever, it's IPv6, you know, there is enough of it, so why do we care? But actually, I want to put your attention to something, as we now all have to be more conscious about our expenses, our budget, and so on. 250 allocations. That means the RIPE NCC had to process 250 resource requests, and later 250 requests to consolidate or to transfer those resources to that member. I did look a little bit into the processing time, and IPv6 allocations, they don't take too much, but still we have to do certain due diligence checks, and then the allocation transfers take a bit longer. So all in all, these 250 allocations, the RIPE NCC had to spend 500 working hours on it. And that means as around a month has 21, 22 working days, it's equivalent, like one member of my team would be working 3 months straight only for this member, which is, for the members here in the room, it's quite a significant amount of money that was giving to this one person and or this organization. And it's also good to know that that's not a single case. We have another 5 members that have more than 100 allocations, so you were in a wider sense close to it. And overall, 4,000 of our allocations are currently held by members that have 3 or more IPv6 allocations. And 4,000, that's around 20% of all the IPv6 allocations that we handed currently out. And again, I get it in the whole sense of V6 space, it's a spec. But looking at the working time and at the cost, might be worth to think about if it's something that is really desired. So the conclusion that I want to bring here is, should maybe there be clearer guidelines who can request allocations? So we had this before, there is The IPv4 policy, talking about history, it uses the term LAR, and when the IPv4 policy was written, it equaled more or less a member. The IPv6 policy used to say organization, and it was aligned with the LAR, with the IPv4 policy, and so it says LAR, but that's not a member anymore. So I don't know, but that might, having a better clarification there about who qualifies might be useful. Maybe also the IPv6 transfers should be reviewed if there's anything need to be changed, because we are the only region who does it, and the proposer, Erik, can confirm the original idea was there shouldn't be many transfers, it's just to help with some transfers of live networks if they don't fall under the merchant acquisition. And of course, on the other hand, maybe larger IPv6 allocations should not be too difficult to get them, because recently in my team we got a request of a new starter, a new company. They didn't really have much customers, they didn't really had real network yet, but they had quite some ambitious plans of 5 million customers, but well, they couldn't qualify that. And maybe that was a good thing, but it could maybe get a better balance how to deal with IPv6. And there's actually in the second session of this working group that we will talk about the IPv6 policy, maybe that can be added to the consideration there. Now I want to talk about AS numbers and some policy requirements there and how they are dealt in reality. And the first one is actually a quite interesting one, because there is a clear policy requirement that since 2010 we are supposed to provide AS numbers from an undifferentiated pool. So there's no differentiation between 16-bit ASN and 32-bit ASNs. However, in 2009, this working group at WIPE 58, my colleague Daniel Karenberg presented that back then the industry wasn't really ready for 32-bit ASNs. It was due to hardware requirements, operational system was not ready, and also some pool management related into that. So back then, on a verbal agreement here in this working group, it was decided to not follow that policy yet, but maybe review if there should be a policy change done. And so we kept on making a distinction. Fast forward to 13 years later, to today, the WIPE industry is the only area that still makes this distinction, because this verbal agreement always was never revoked. Looking at the other areas, they do hand out about 1% of the request 16-bit ASNs. And that's not necessarily because they're requested, because they all work with an undifferentiated pool, but of a regular ASN recycling. We, on the other hand, we receive around 20% of our requests. People tell us they need a 16-bit ASN, which I'm not sure if it's really true, because in all the other regions it works pretty well with 32 bits. And also looking at a bit deeper into it, most of the 16-bit ASNs are being transferred once they pass the holding period. And actually the whole transfer market is a lot about 16-bit ASN, because there's a certain vanity factor involved. But still, from the technical point of view, I do believe it's time that the WIPE industry starts to begin from an undifferentiated pool. There might be corner cases that we always can look into it, but basically, as there was a verbal agreement 13 years ago to don't follow the policy, maybe there can be a verbal agreement here to follow the policy, start following the policy. Then there are two more rather clear requirements in the ASN policy. The first one is it should be used within our service region, and the second one, it should be multi-homed. However, looking at the reality, I presented on this during the last WIPE meeting, we receive more and more requests from organizations and natural persons based outside from our service region. And of course, sometimes they use it here, but often they also use somewhere else in the world. And it's quite significant. It's 1/5. In the Netherlands recently, a party won with just a few percent more, and they might create now the new prime minister, right? Sorry. Looking then at the peering status, then it's even more interesting, because there is a multi-homing requirement. And I looked at all the AS numbers that we handed out before 2023. So it's a bit more than 36,000. And actually only half of them we see currently multi-homed. Another 30% is routed, but has only one peering partner. And again, 20% are not visible. And I can tell you actually, when we get the requests, all the requests fit the policy. We get the peering partners, 2 or more, and we also get confirmation that they will be used in our service region. But later, it's a significant amount, it turned out to be different. And that can happen that plans changed, but also we have heard already that people tell us in the request what we need to hear to match the policy, but not the reality. And now, of course, we, the WIPE industry, could spend significant amount of resources that we don't have right now, by the way, to ensure policy compliance. Because, I mean, every rule should be somehow enforced, else it's not really followed. It's the same like with a speed limit on the street. If there's not occasionally a check by the police, more and more people ignoring the rules, and the people that follow rules are being upset. Or maybe the ASN policy needs a review if those requirements still are fitting to the current reality. The multi-homing requirements, there are some providers, there are more and more providers that offer bring your own ASN. And yeah, multi-homing is not possible there. The location requirement also, is it really still needed? And of course, this should be counterbalanced that we follow the policy on the ASN pool management. That's the end of my presentation. I have here one slide with the questions where I really would like to get some feedback from you. And yeah, I think it's time to open the mics, and I'm looking forward for any questions and input.
Gerd Döring. I have no idea what to do about these 100 and 250 allocation holding registries. I do have one very strong opinion, and this is it should be easy to get an IPv6 allocation, or it must be easy, because this is the main pillar of the V6 policy. Do not get in the way of people trying to actually do IPv6. On whether it's a member or an LIR, that is basically a mess up the board created. So when policy was made, a member was an LIR. So the distinction that a member could be 2 LIRs or not or whatever is something that's not very clear in my head either, but that's for other people to fix, because as far as address policy is concerned, the LIR is the body doing address management. So an LIR is the body who should get an allocation, and it should be easy. On the 250 ones, I don't know. Maybe we can bribe somebody who actually has contact there to find out what they are doing. Directly, sending them questions directly might not yield a result, but maybe beer can be brought into play.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm reading a comment from Elvis Daniel Valea from V4 Escrow. How about automating the request/reception/transfer of IPv6 so it does not take an hour of work to evaluate a request or process a transfer of an IPv6 block?
No, that's a good point, and we always look into automatization. Something that I want to make people conscious. We do have to perform certain due diligence checks for each request. For example, that they comply with our sanction regulations, that we receive authorized requests. We have to check signatures. So, but whatever we can automatize, we do, and we continue to do that, definitely. But still, there's always a certain workload required.
So, we already had some discussions on this, Marco, and I would like to stress this to the working group as well. And I think I know where Elvis's question comes from, and I also stated this yesterday to you. The compliance checks and the sanction checks, things like that, are done on the creation of a new LAR becoming a member, correct? So those checks are already done when a new member becomes active. True?
Yeah.
So if those checks are done already, is there an option for the NCC to provide a button? I would like to request my initial V6 prefix.
No, we already looked into it and we are working toward that idea. And indeed, it also might work for ASN requests if there would not be so many checks, multi-homing and so on. So that's why it also was raised here in the package.
No, we're talking about an LER and a V6 prefix, yeah, which does not require multi-homing. It's quite easy for V6 to basically, if you have a brand new LER and get your initial V6 allocation, which might actually help, a lot of tickets in the process.
No, that's definitely an idea that we also have internally, and we are working towards this because recently, just to share a bit, we had some sessions how we can improve our focus, our customer focus satisfaction, and that came up also internally. So yes, we are working on that one.
Thank you.
Hi, Sylvan from Open Factory here. With regards to this LIR hoarding 250 PA blocks, I think what can change the situation would also reviewing the policy of the /48 PI blocks. If that would be changed, I believe the sub-allocation of PA blocks will immediately go down. And I think that's one of the reasons why those blocks are hoarded. Or at least if you look into my LIR account, you know why I state that.
Okay, thanks.
I have another question or comment from Elvis Daniel Valea of V4 Escrow. A question about a maybe unforeseen consequence on my previous policy proposal that was approved. Do you see companies requesting temporary IPv4/24s for a long amount of time and for projects that are not real? I was wondering whether the policy would require an update saying that if anyone requires a temporary resource for more than 6 months, to have a status check every 6 months and a clear progress to be published as per policy.
That is actually a different policy, a bit for everybody in the room. There is a temporary assignment policy that allows assignments of any size up to 12 months. And already this has pretty good checks in place and so on, and it can be extended with additional checks. So I think that works, at least from the from the registration perspective, pretty well.
Randy Bush, IAJ Research and Arcus. As someone who's gotten temporary assignments, I wish to certify that in fact they do send you email reminding you it's going to expire in a week, and I think the registration service is pretty diligent about that. But why I came to the mic was to speak as an old man and the ghost of Christmas past. I remember when 16-bit ASN seemed infinite, and we're now treating IPv6 as if the address space is infinite, and there is no fixed number that I have known that we haven't run out of.
Thank you.
Hi, Alex Leheu, Address Policy Working Group Co-Chair for now. I have a question about your ASN numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You say that 20% of the requests come from organizations outside the RIPE service region. How much of that 20% is 16-bit AS numbers that are requested? Are they just, is it just the whole world shopping for 16-bit AS numbers over here?
No, I have to say, I mentioned 20% of the requests coming from for 16-bit, but there's no difference between inside and outside the region. So the request from outside the region is the same percentage asking for a regular 32-bit and 16-bit. So there is not a trend, but yeah.
I have a question from Vessel Sandkyle, and I hope I have pronounced that right. I apologize if I haven't. From prefix broker Bais. Is hoarding of IPv6 prefixes still taking place at the same rate as 1 to 2 years ago? Or has this slowed down or stopped at the same rate as new LIRs are being created or requested?
It hasn't slowed down. Even from my perception, it even keeps on growing. So it is, it's definitely not slowing down, at least the same level.
Do you see the Max Planck Institute for Informatics? Do you have on the outer region ASN registrations any indication whether this is natural persons or organizations?
As a matter of fact, indeed, in some of the other regions, natural persons cannot receive resources. That's why they come to us, indeed, and we are processing them. And one point that I might try to make, that then they have to tell us that they're going to use it in our region, and then we sometimes wonder, okay, this person from Indonesia, is he really using it here? And yeah.
But do you have numbers on that? Like of those 20%?
I can get them, yes, I can get them.
Hi, my name is Rinse Kloek, speaking from Delta Fiber. I want to give some feedback on the second point. Does the IPv6 policy need a review, especially regarding the allocation side? I think it needs review because it's almost impossible to get a larger block than a /29. I had a case that I requested a /26, I guess. For new IPv6 deployment, I want to give customers a /48. I made a document with 10 pages. I made designs. We had a very good network design, and I want to have immediately the right space to grow for now to the next 4 years. So we were planning to have 2 million users. We currently have 500,000 users, and it was a very good base design, but it was rejected. And I think the difference, if you start an LAR just as a single man company, you get a /29. But if you are a company with investments of more than 1 billion euros, I even couldn't get a larger block. So I guess there definitely needs to be change. So if you deliver a good plan, if you have good good designs and you can justify your needs, I think it would be nice if it would be easier to get a larger block. But
no, absolutely, thank you. And I think there will be in the second session a long part, and I really suggest that the working group talks about that one.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, then I didn't hear any objections about YPNC working start to implementing an undifferentiated pool for 32-bit ASN, so we will looking into that. And other than that, thank you very much for the input, and thank you.
Yes, you are, Angela.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is the moment for the traditional policy update. I'm Angela Dall'Ara, Policy Officer at Redpill CC, and I'm here to tell you what happened in the policy development in our region and in other regions. And you heard already about other policy topics on the table since RIPE 86. So let's get into it. But first, if you're new to the PDP and you're not really familiar with the procedure, you can find all the process described in this document, RIPE 781. And as Erik said before, remember that when you take part, you have to respect the code of conduct when you communicate with each other. Then to take part is very easy. Just subscribe to the working group mailing list of your interest, follow the discussions, and participate. You can also be in the beginning a bit shy and just follow the old discussion, check the archives, and then be more informed and start discussing. So this year was an intense year, let's say, much more intense than the previous ones. We had 3 policy proposals that were accepted. The first 2 are already implemented. They were discussed in this working group. One is the reduction of the IXP IPv4 assignment default size from /24 to /26, and modified the IPv4 address allocation and assignment policies, and now the new document is RIPE 804. I have the new documents here, so you can update your records if you have references to the policies in your documentation. And the second one is the minimum size for IPv4 temporary assignment. Elvis was referring to that before. This new policy guarantees the assignment of /24, a routable size for temporary assignment, and also allows requests for larger assignments for research purposes to be justified by routing needs. So these are two changes, and there is a specific policy for this, and the new document is RIPE 801. Then we have the voluntary transfer lock. This proposal was discussed in the RIPE MCC services working group. It has been accepted and is currently under implementation. This new policy will replace the RIPE MCC temporary board resolution that is going to be valid until the end of the year. So we really hope to be ready with the implementation before then, and will allow the resource holders to specify, to inform us about which resources they want to block for transfer. And also there will be the choice to block them for 6, 12, or 24 months. This new policy as a document by itself is RIPE 806, and also there is an amendment to the RIPE resource transfer policies, and the new document is RIPE 807. So these are the news for our already under implementation or already implemented in the last couple of months. So then we have one policy proposal that is active now in the PDP. It is in the review phase, is proposing to add the status that is already an option for IPv6, aggregated by LIR, to be used for IPv4 PA assignments. The main difference is going to be explained later also by the proposer, is going to be presented later, but is going to be that the assignment size for this status for IPv4 is going to be optional instead of mandatory. But I let the proposer explain this much more in detail later. What I want to stress is that this proposal is in the review phase. The review phase is in the PDP, the phase that is the basis for the working group chairs to determine if there is rough consensus. So this means that even if you expressed your opinion during the discussion phase, you have to restate it to be taken in consideration. So take part in the discussion and contribute to decide if this policy has to be accepted or not. It's going to be under discussion until the 20th of December this year, so plenty of time. Then other policy topics, you heard that there is going to be a discussion about a review of the IPv6 policies. If you want to catch up with the previous conversations that there were about this topic, there were 2 interim sessions organized by the working group chairs. There are the minutes online, so if you want to catch up, this is the link to see what was discussed there. Then, in parallel to this working group, later there is going to be the anti-abuse working group session. I know that they are going to discuss the abuse email address verification. We have a specific policy for this, so I don't know if this is going to bring any news for us in how to have how the RIPE MCC must implement this verification. Let's see later. So this was for our region. Let's see a bit around what happened lately. What was implemented since RIPE 86 in APNIC. They have a new document that is collecting all the definitions that are used in all the policies, the terms, the technical terms, and so on. The historical resources management is about what we call legacy resources in our region. And I announced it already in the other meeting, but anyway, it's in APNIC, all the legacy resources holders were supposed to become member or non-member of APNIC, so to have a contractual relationship with the RIR, and to claim their resources in the sense saying that they were going to use them, and if the resources are not being claimed and the holders are not member, they lose the WIS services, so they're not going to be mentioned in the WIS of APNIC. And if they're not claimed after 12 months, they're going to be put for redistribution as normal resources. Then there is the ROAS for private, reserved, and unallocated origin ASN, so is what is called AS0 for who is more technical. And the registration of ISAT now is required to be using the hierarchical ISAT. This was also implemented in our region via NYI 19, I think, in the database working group. So let's say that it's not possible anymore to register non-hierarchical ISATs. And then in LACNIC, they have this policy that is actually was already probably in place, but is stating that the recovered resources that were coming from a reserved space are going to go back into that reserved space. So this has been clarified. In ARIN, I divided this into parts because the second part is mostly an update of the manual regarding the language, clarification, and so on. So I don't go deep there because I don't remember all these sections by heart. Sorry. But what is more relevant is that the autonomous system origination field that was in place to declare, let's say, the origin of a certain announcement has been deprecated. That part is already in the manual of the policy, but the let's say the deletion of this field from the database is going to come later. So the system is going to be updated later. I think they have time until 2025. Then they made it easier to receive the first 32-bit ISN for newcomers. So it is sort of a pro forma now that this request, there are not so many requirements to be satisfied. And also the documentation for transfers is simpler because you do not have to add this additional attestation from an officer of the company that is confirming the transfer. What is awaiting implementation in AFRINIC is this AS0, again, the RPKI for unallocated and unassigned address space, and they're working on the implementation, and I expect they're going to be ready pretty soon. And in LACNIC, they should implement in the first part of 2024 some modification of the PDP that is, how can I say, affecting the status, the name of the status of the policy, for example, is not going to be called abandoned anymore, but withdrawn, because in the original language, abandoned has a different meaning than withdrawn. This is requesting also some updates in the system, and they're going to be ready in 2024. Afrinic, as you know, does not have a board yet, so the ratification of these policies that were already accepted is probably be resumed at the moment in which is going to be possible with the board. They are already waiting for ratification for a long time, and let's hope that, let's see how it's going to be resumed, this ratification. And in APNIC, there is this policy that is allowing associate members. So these are members that have no resources yet, but they can anyway vote in the GM of APNIC, and they should be allowed now to have an IPv6 PI without having to provide, without having too many obstacles for the request. So to favor the implementation of IPv6 for these members. Then under discussion in ARIN, again, the second part is more related to language and updates of the manual to make it more clear and readable. While the first policy is proposing to have a reduction of the IPv4 allocation that is going to be very similar to what we have in our region, because they're going to go to from a maximum size of /22 to a /24, and this /24 should be available only for requesters that never received directly space from ARIN, and is under discussion. The modernization of registration requirement is actually allowing a longer time to register assignments, because at the moment everybody should register assignments within 7 days, and they want to prolong it to 2 weeks. Let's see how it's going. And we have this reduction of the initial IPv4 allocation for IXPs, similar to what we had accepted in our region. They want to reduce it to /26. I must say that there is less support probably in that community, and it's interesting how different communities are discussing the same subject in different ways. And then this retire slow start is something that is actually not in the practice, but in ARIN, let's say that newcomers were supposed to receive space after they had already some space from their provider. But this already is not in the practice anymore, because of course, you know that providers have difficulties to release public space to their customers. So this slow start should be removed from the manual. And you see in ARIN, the draft policies are going to recommended draft policies when they are a bit further in the PDP. So there are a couple that are already a bit further. And in LACNIC, we have 3 policies under discussion. Temporary transfers in that region are not allowed yet. So this is a proposal to introduce them. And I've heard from Jordi that he submitted also this proposal to APNIC, but has not been published yet because they wait until the deadline for the submission time, and has been submitted but not published yet. And then they have a special exception for global critical infrastructure provider. This is actually for root servers to have an exception and to have the possibility to receive IPv4 space as an exception to the current policy. And then delete rows for recovered resources is something that is already happening. So when they recover resources, they delete the rows, but they want to insert it in the policy manual. And as usual, I leave you with all the links for all the other RARs, if you want to follow the discussions and get updated with the situation of the policy proposals. And I'm ready for questions if there are any.
Any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you very much. So in the last half hour or so before the coffee break, we wanted to have a discussion about the purpose of an IPv4 assignment registration in 2024, which we're about to start. So this is coming before the discussion of the policy proposal in the next session, and hopefully this will help people focus on what it is the community needs to achieve for the community and for more than the community. So in 1996, we had this definition: track the use of addresses, address space, facilitate operational contacts, and facilitate studies of address allocation. And I looked at the database terms and conditions, and Article 3 from the current terms and conditions, which I understand are over 10 years old, essentially said the same things, but added in two other purposes: law enforcement and legal notifications. And I think that was in the context of disputes over address space. Does this capture everything? Is there stuff that should be removed? Is there stuff that should be added in? Do we need to change the wording or the focus? Because if we have things in our definitions of purpose in the database terms and conditions, we need to make sure that they actually remain valid. This is a relatively old document. The world has changed in the last decade or so. So I'm asking a very broad question, which is essentially, when we look at assignment registration from a PA allocation, what do you need? How are you going to use it? And that is going to hopefully help us when we come to the discussion of the policy proposal after the coffee break. So this is my slide, which is essentially saying we would love to have people offer an opinion, ask a question of each other, whatever it is that makes sense.
I have one raised hand on Miteco, and Emmanuel Kessler. Let's see if we can get you audio.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, my name is Emmanuel Kessler. I work in Europol, the Cybercrime Center, and I'm very glad to take the floor today with you and to be here to discuss this matter. Obviously, I would like to remind that, of course, the IPv4 is still a great need for us. At national level, for the investigation, you know what identification of IP address is investigation.
Emmanuel.
In fact, yeah.
The audio is very noisy.
Okay.
Can you switch off the video, perhaps? Just the video, yes?
Okay, do you hear me better now?
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Okay, perfect. So just to update you, dear partners, that well, the need on identification of IPv4 is for our colleagues at national level. For instance, against child sexual exploitation, all kinds of cyber crimes, of course, online fraud, cyber attacks, also the fight against all kinds of threats, terrorist threats. So, well, we have some concern each time we lose some access to this kind of information very clearly. Unfortunately, IPv6 will not be implemented at a very large extent very soon. We have still to go.
And we've lost him. Okay. All right. Emmanuel, if you hear this, I didn't hear a specific question. If you can put a question in the Q&A, I will come back to you later.
Gert. Yeah, Gert Döring, having been around for a long time. Thanks for taking this up, because the discussions on the mailing list actually made clear that we have no really good understanding what the admin C and tech C are good for in these INetNum objects these days. So we knew what they were good for in 1996, but administrative things have changed, technical things have changed. And while in 1996, the holder of a network was usually an entity operating a network with addresses and technical people and administrative people. Nowadays, if one of our customers has a /29 and that goes to a rack in our computer center, we operate their service for them. So who's the admin contact? Who's the tech contact? So these questions are not as easy and clear cut as they used to be. And I don't have answers, so I'm very happy to see that this is being discussed now.
Thank you. Yes, we recognize that there is a significant change over the last 20 odd years. And so we wanted to make sure that we created an opportunity for people to explain how their world has changed. Go ahead.
Peter Kortinik, retired member of the retired database task force, latest edition or somehow. So first I'd like to suggest that people go back and read the report of the task force, because there's probably something to find in terms of what the purpose is and the use. And what you have on the slides, and I agree with this, with Gert first and foremost, that bringing this up and having a broader discussion might be helpful. What you have on the slides, I would like to suggest that this might be confusing two different types of purpose. The purposes mentioned in the TNCs, and the TNCs come from the NCC, not necessarily from the community. So that's more like the acceptable use of that, what is in the database. Whereas the purpose that is discussed in RIPE 136 and other documents, and it's also very in much detail laid out in the task force report, is what suggests and what informs what should be in the database. And there might be things in the database that can be used for other things that they were designed for, which are then declared acceptable use by the TNCs. But there's a subtle distinction to be made. And there's also another aspect, is that the database has actually two functions that were piggybacked onto each other. We learned yesterday, or every RIPE meeting actually, that the RIPE NCC was founded as a secretary for the community. So the RIPE database actually predates the RIR nature, and it was instantiated as a cooperation database. So that informed a different set of information. And now we have this RIR stuff, the registry on top of this, and it's intertwined. And again, I refer to the part of the database task force because there's more detail to find there. Again, that suggests maybe different, hopefully not inconsistent, but different sets of data that are entangled in there and that fulfill different requirements. So it's a bit more complicated than it might seem. And as Gert said, things changed over time, especially in terms of what is necessary for a proper registry to keep. And this might be incongruent by now with what is necessary to foster the cooperation of operators. So multiple dimensions. And as a famous colleague likes to say, complicated issue needs more research. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I could ask another question of people in this room or online, which is, if you have a PA allocation and you make an assignment to a customer, what proportion of those customers would be able to respond usefully to a contact from someone at another network?
Doesn't that depend on what the type of network is then?
If you want to make that comment, please come to a microphone.
Doesn't that, sorry, Harry Cross here. Doesn't that depend on what type of network you're talking to though? Because if you're, say, talking to a residential network, they're probably not going to know what's going on if you speak to somebody in a house. But then if you reach out to a big corporate, they'll probably know what's going on, or they'll have somebody that will know what's going on.
Of course it depends, but that's why I asked about proportions rather than an absolute.
True, and I think it's quite a hard answer.
I cannot give you a specific number here, but for the way we run our network in 2023, it's maybe like 10–20% of the customers would actually know how to deal with a random email from a random person out there saying your server is doing random things. Most of the customers would then just come to us and say, I have received this funny email from a guy I don't know anything about. Is this serious? Is this a spam trap? Can you check whether my server is doing something weird? And then we go and look at the network. So for us specifically, the largest, the biggest block of customers would know nothing and would then come to us to help with the technical question that might be in the mail. So this is why we actually put ourselves as TechC into most registration. Going back to your question, so for the TechC, I think somebody who's able to do something about technical issues with that network would be a good description of the role, not necessarily at the customer side, but the person who doing the tech work. I'm more confused about the admin C, to be honest, because I don't know when and why people would actually go and contact the admin C. So this when and why, if I knew that, I knew what a good contact in the admin C would be. So the policy is very clear. It says somebody at the customer side, but who's going to use the admin C and what's going to be in that email, phone call, whatever. And that's a question that needs a good, say, consensus on.
Erik Bais. Yeah, for us as an ISP, with my ISP hat on, once the fee for runout was the initial runout was done, the so back in the past there were the requirements to obtain new IP space. You needed to have sufficient assignments within the database to actually be eligible for additional space. That is not the case anymore. The contacts in the database registered for the assignments in our case is most likely going to be us, whether it's for fiber to the home, whether it's for business fiber or co-location services, and because we actually know who the contact is at the customer side, and we actually follow up on the abuse. And as a resource holder, I think that for the LIAs, we are the contact that they should contact. In very, 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 very few situations, we get the request, can you delegate abuse directly to us? That's most of the time larger assignments or customers that we know that actually have their stuff properly organized. But I would say that is less than 2% on all the the customer space that we have in use. So and I think we're not unique in that. I think that for the LIAs to focus on that 2%, those are for the majority the ones that want to do good, because they know what they're doing and they see the value in it. And I think there, where the must and the should, so it still should be available as an option, but focusing on that, getting the other 89% or 98% in the database, or expecting that the other information there should be at the same level, I think that is an illusion. So for them, I would say focus on the allocation, because that's the information that the RIPE NCC is managing, and they know the resource holders. And for the law enforcement, legal notification, stuff like that, that is the entrance into who's actually using the space. And because if we're looking for the bad guys, trust me, they will not put their mobile phones in the RIPE database.
Yeah, of course. So I think there's one other thing that we should do, which is to go and look at this, not from the perspective of the people who are putting the data into the database or who the data is about, but the people who are using the data. So we did have someone from Europol who had some technical problems communicating, but said, hey, this is useful data to us. So I think we should think about what is it that the person making contact actually wants to achieve, and look at it from that perspective. So we're not just looking at it from the perspective of how much effort do I need to put into maintaining this data, what is the data that I should be providing, but also when contact is made, what does that person who is making contact or trying to make contact actually need to get out of it, so that the contact information we're providing is of some utility. If the gentleman from Europol is able to provide a written comment, Erik can definitely read it out. Otherwise, I'd be very grateful if they could send their comment to the Address Policy Working Group mailing list, because that would be very helpful for the whole of the working group. But I've asked the question. We have someone at a microphone.
Hello? Is it working? Yes, now it is. Thanks. Raymond Jetten, speaking as an operator for ELISA in Finland. We have different customers who have different knowledge of technique. Most of them have outsourced their technical issues to companies, some of them, for example, in India. And if a law enforcement officer would contact that company in India, they would say, you're not the person to discuss this with us because you're not a company. we cannot give you the information. So that would not be a real good solution, even if that one would have been in the admin C or in the tech C. So what we have done is we have used the admin and tech C for ourselves, and then we can, as an operator who provided the connection, the equipment, and all the other technical stuff to the company, handle to get in contact with the correct person. It makes it much quicker for anyone to reach the person, and we can be reached night and day. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to speak on this topic? We have something like 7 or 8 minutes until the break. Gert?
I think so. What I've clearly heard is that there's a difference between levels here. So the allocation level, the contacts that we currently have seem to make sense the way we have them. Like the admin C is our CEO, who has the written contract with the NCC, and the tech C is our team, which does tech things. But on the next level, the actual assignments, there's lots of questions.
Okay, it looks like we have reached a natural conclusion. We probably don't have enough time to bring. Sorry? Yes, we don't have enough time to bring the next agenda item forward into this session, but what I would like to encourage people to do is to think carefully on this and send their thoughts about how they would like to use contact information for assignments in the RIPE database to the mailing list, and also how much effort is involved in maintaining assignments for IPv4 in the database, because we obviously need to strike a useful balance between the effort that is put in and the utility that we get out of all of this work. And I think that means we can leave 5 minutes early for coffee and a little refresher. We'll see you back here in just over half an hour, and thank you very much.
really wrong, but we did. And then I was worried that there would be lawsuits, and this was but there were only few providers that came back, and they said that this is not us. We are something somewhere else, and we're that. For me, that was like, okay, there's right database. Yeah, the only thing, and they also and I talked them like, how do you don't see what the actually again, use contact to hours. I just went back and said, update because I feel it is. And I said I had no other way to figure out by myself, you know, who is your customer. Of course, there's a corporate like it's not a CRM. It's not going to tell you that these are our customers. They can have resellers, resellers, resellers. It's relatively complex. And sometimes that's purposeful because if they're a proper organization, they want to create as much interaction as possible, as much time as they can. Yeah, I think ultimately abuse stuff only works when there's good work. Yeah. If the purpose of the organization is to make money or do other stuff, right? Most likely. I did also study on those. So I worked on PhD. Right. And I did work on detecting the course of the world. Last year was quick on that to inform me. So I had that. And then I emailed them directly and they use contact and use like the other ones to see that I found them was probably not really then I reached out to search, natural search, and tried to reach them through natural search, so that was enough. And then I had, I posted a blog, so that was like publicly, and then I had the log certificate. So I was working with a guy over there, so he sent it out from his account, saying I gave it, so that was enough. I had multiple treatment groups, but unfortunately I had the same result. It didn't work, so I had to survey at the end, asking people like, yeah, like there wasn't any significant change for me to say any of these treatments are the best way to reach out. So the question I had was, if you do have something, what would you do, right? What is the best approach to reach out? So that's why I agreed on treatment to see if this way I would have definition of the best way or yeah, one of the things that I got back was like the use of use contact. Some of the operators said like I have 1,200 users coming in, and I don't have channels to figure out okay, which one I have to see. So it's like my use contact is really the use. The good thing about Right was at least 95% emails reach, so only 5% of the box. So most of the use contact at least works in a way that now what they do with that. Yeah, I think a lot of like if you're a big provider, I think a lot of them want to automate as much as possible, and they don't want to actually respond to each question. They want to go and do statistical analysis and respond in a structured way that will scale for an organization. I'm sure that's what you think about it, but you know, if you're a medium-sized organization, you might have the scale that you get a lot of input, but you don't have the capacity to automate as much. So that's a challenge. That's like that business model. Anyway, so for the stage, you have two presenters. One will be Jeroen, which is the should look at this one back slide. Yeah. So address policy is just there. So this should be ability by yeah. Future of policy no, so probably this. Okay. And that's probably any other that's probably just yeah. Or just something because oh, wait, this is first session. Coffee. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay. Now I get it. Yeah, sure. I still like to how to do it. Okay, yeah, thank you. It only happened when the room is super crowded. Yesterday, every 10 minutes or so. But then Marco did something with the power of the support. So hopefully, so no presentation. The local person will be yeah. Oh, it's yeah, but that's only one is standing in the stage of the one stage. What if you do? You can share it and you need to do it twice. No, but if somebody is standing there, then somebody is standing there. If somebody is standing there, then the one is. And actually, if you find out because I have oh yeah, actually she's about who is this? Who is this like? Or is it and hello. And yeah. So yeah, I don't know anyone before the session where we could be. Yeah. Yes. So we should be ready. How long should this take? Thank you.
Can you turn on? Is this working? If people could take their seats, we will start with the second session, and I will get on stage. Just guide you through our agenda. Thank you for coming back for a second session of Address Policy. We will have a discussion of 2023-4, which is the proposal for aggregated by LIR status for IPv4 assignments. And then after that, we will have a discussion on the future of IPv6 policy. We have some proposals coming out of the interim sessions that we held. And so we'll talk about which ones we want to do first in that discussion. And then, of course, there's the open mic at the end. But before we get to that, Erik and I wanted to just remind people a little bit about the policy development process, because I think there was some discussion on the list which suggested that not everyone is familiar with the process and the way that it works. So there was a suggestion that when a decision has been taken to move from one phase of the policy development process to the next phase, there should be immediately documents published and impact analysis and so on and so forth. So I think things moved a little bit faster in the past, and sometimes in the past things were a little bit more vague, but we are moving towards more thorough processes, and that means that sometimes when we move from the initial proposal phase in the PDP to the review phase, it takes a little bit of time. And the reason is that we genuinely have a conversation with the proposers for a policy proposal and say, do you want to move it forward? And we make an agreement on what's going to happen next. And that's when the work starts on preparing those documents and putting together that impact analysis. And, you know, putting together the draft document, even if it's not much text, that doesn't mean that it can be done in half an hour. Firstly, you've got to think through very carefully what it is that you want the text to say and how other people will interpret it. And the RIPE NCC very kindly helps with the development of that text to make sure that the text does mean what everyone wants it to mean. And then for the impact analysis, Angela, I believe it is, goes to each of the groups within the RIPE NCC and says, how will this impact what it is that you do? And all of that goes to the board, and the board considers that impact analysis. And that then comes back as the document that is published on the website. If we were to have that ready at the instant that we communicated the decision to move from the first phase to the review phase, that would suggest that we had already done that work in the background, and that would either mean that the RIPE NCC and the proposers were putting in a lot of work that might not be necessary, which would be wasteful, or it would suggest that maybe we weren't really properly listening to the community. So we know that there is a gap between these two things. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's an opportunity for significant reflection by the proposers and by the RIPE NCC on what this proposal would mean. And that's why it takes a little bit of time. So that is the first item on our agenda. At this point, I think I've hopefully made that clear, and I'd like to hand over to Jeroen, and he will be here in the room. Tore will be joining us by video, I believe. Excellent. So thank you very much for volunteering to put this proposal together with Tore.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeroen, and Tore's on the screen, and we would like to give an update about our policy proposal, where we want to introduce the aggregate-by-LIR in the IPv4 policy. I want to first start with a little recap from our proposal to show what the proposal is about. And after that, we want to talk quick about the previous phases and what we did so far. And as last point, we want to go talking about the review phase and the impact analysis. And then as last is some space for discussion. So Tore and I tried to introduce the IPv6 aggregate-by-LIR status in the IPv4 policy. It would allow registering multiple assignments with identical purpose and contact details as a single aggregate assignment as an init num object. The primary goals are to improve assignment coverage in the database, to reduce the work for the LIR, and to improve the alignment with IPv4 and IPv6 policies. So at 4 September 2023, we made the official proposal. Then the discussion phase started immediately. That ended at 27 of October. We proceed to the review phase in order to get an impact analysis that we got at 21 November. So in the discussion phase, we mostly received positive feedback, but there were some concerns about that this policy change would indirectly modify contact registration requirements. So after this discussion phase, we discussed about it, and we decided to go to the review phase in order to get the impact analysis for more clear result about RIPE NCC, if it would definitely change it or not. And then we asked the RIPE NCC to pay extra attention on this to the registration requirements. So the impact analysis said so far that the RIPE NCC does not anticipate any significant changes or impact in the address and internet number resources and the consumption, the fragmentation, aggregation, and the registration services. I would now let it go to Tore.
Thank you. So I'm hoping I'm coming through clearly. As for, I would also like to add that for software engineering and documentation and training material, their report a small impact, a low impact. There's some stuff that needs to be updated there, like some code and the database schema, but it's probably mostly copy and pasting the stuff that's already there for IPv6. So for the legal impact, that's also no significant impact expected. But there is some kind of an important reminder that the legal department put in there that I hadn't thought about up until I read that. And that is that LIRs can't put the personal data of the end user into the database without obtaining their consent first. And that even goes for the staff of the LIR themselves, so self-made assignments. And this obviously follows from the GDPR Article 6, which says that you need to obtain consent. And this means that if you make an assignment to a customer, and you tell the customer's contact person that I'm gonna add you to the RIPE database as admin C since you're present at the site where this network is located, then if that contact person says, you know what, I don't consent to this. I mean, I'm already receiving more IP transit offers from Cogent than I can stomach, so please, I want no more. Then you're not allowed to put that in the database. That's against the terms and conditions, and it's also against EU law. So This is not really relevant for this proposal because this proposal doesn't change the terms and conditions of the database, and it does not change the GDPR, obviously. But I think it's an important thing to keep in mind when we're discussing this broader topic of changing the contact or possibly changing the contact registration requirements in the policy. So next slide. Right, so as Jeroen mentioned, we asked the RIPE NCC to pay extra attention and double check if there indeed was any inadvertent impact on the contact registration requirements currently in the policy, if there will be any change. And of course, that was not our goal of this proposal to change anything here. And we get the feedback through the impact analysis and also from Angela, who elaborated on that on the mailing list afterwards, that the proposal will not change the contact registration requirements. So whatever you can do after this proposal passes or fails, for that matter, you can already do today. So we hope that this dispels the concern that this proposal will make any changes inadvertently to the policy and how LIRs are obligated to register contacts in the database. However, there's a follow-up question there, and that is like, what if the RIPE NCC is, as of right now, misinterpreting the policy, as in that I should have been enforcing the requirements on the LIRs differently here. And that's maybe not. That's not really for us to say. It's not something that we as proposers of this policy proposal authors of this policy proposal have any opinion on. We are saying that this is something that's a broader discussion that touches on possibly more than IPv4 policy. And if the community wants to change the contact registration requirements, which we are well within our rights to do if we so want, then we would need to run a PDP on that and have a policy proposal that kind of says we want the RIPE NCC to do it this way, and then we can make an opinion and possibly gain consensus on making the RIPE NCC change their procedures. But that's not this proposal. This proposal is about something else. So we hope that we can kind of keep those two issues separately. And I also wanted to add at the end, which is something that we actually forgot to add a slide about, and Angela mentioned that the main difference between aggregated by LIR for IPv4, the one we're proposing, and the one that is already in IPv6 is that we are making the assignment size variable or attribute optional, whereas in IPv6 it's mandatory. And the reason why we did this change is that there are some properties in the IPv6 policy that kind of independently justifies the mandatoriness of this attribute that does not exist in IPv4. So for example, in IPv6, the assignment size attribute is used to calculate the HD ratio. It's a variable that goes into the calculation of the HD ratio. The HD ratio is in turn used to justify additional allocations if the LIR requests that. But in IPv4 policy, there's no HD ratio and there's no additional allocations. So it doesn't make any sense in that regard. And also in the IPv6 policy, there's a cutoff point at /48 that if the LIR wants to make an assignment that is bigger than a /48, it needs to actually submit text or at least gather extra documentation and possibly submit it to the NCC on an audit. And for that reason, I guess, you cannot aggregate an assignment larger than /48. So I don't know if the database will actually reject the creation of an aggregated by LIR object larger than /48 in IPv6, or if it accepts this, and you can expect a phone call from the registration departments and asking what you're doing here. But in any case, there is no such cutoff in IPv4. LIRs can assign as large assignments as they want without any documentation required. So this doesn't have an equivalent thing in IPv4 either. And finally, in IPv4, as we all know, it's scarce. So you can't do this, or it doesn't make sense to do this one-size-fits-all type of approach to making assignments that we can do in IPv6. So because you really want to right-size the assignments that you make to your customers so that you save as much as you can and have as much customers as you can possibly fit in your allocation. So those are the kind of the differences between the IPv6 policy and the IPv4 policy, so making it so that it actually is no independent justification for making this attribute mandatory in IPv4 that we are aware of. And as a final little note, there is a technical difference as well, and that is that in IPv4, assignments don't have to be side aligned. So you can assign, say, 10 addresses, a bunch of 10 addresses to a customer. And in IPv6, the assignment size variable is a CIDR prefix length. Whereas if you did the same in IPv4, you can't capture an unaligned assignment into an aggregated object. So then you have to ask yourself if you're going to change the semantics and say that in IPv4, it's a count, IP address count, and in IPv6, it's a prefix size, or not. And it's kind of a technical thing that we thought it was just best to let go in a way, since of course we didn't see this independent justification for keeping it mandatory in IPv4. So that was the end. I can move to the next slide, I guess. As a final word, I would like to remind everybody about what Angela also said before the break, that comments, good or bad, from the discussion phase and also comment in the room right now are not counted as far as calling for the consensus call is concerned. So if you have an opinion on this proposal, then please send it to the mailing list, good or bad, and make your voice heard that way. So thank you. That was it.
Any questions? Do we have questions online? Gert?
Yeah, Gert Döring. Thanks, Tore, for the summary, and good to see you again. I'm not going to comment on the actual content of the proposal. I do have an opinion, I have voiced it, but at this point in time, I refrain because for some reason, people seem to think I have more say in policy than I should have. But what we need to really do is very, very carefully look at the arguments that have been brought forward on the mailing list and actually answer to them explicitly, because the PDP requires us to do so. So whether we agree or not with everything is not fundamental, but objections need to be properly, fully addressed. And I think half the reason why there is upset on the mailing list is because people feel that objections have not been really answered to. Even if we do not agree with them, it needs to be answered. And I think that needs to be one of the next steps. Really go back and read up and see what to do about it. And if the outcome is they actually need to sort out admin C and take the definitions first, and then come back to this proposal, that is one of the possible outcomes. I can say.
Yeah, so what I can say about the admin C and tech C is that in the proposal, and of course I can send this to the list as well. In the proposal, it says that throughout the aggregated assignment, the contact information must be consistent. So if we kind of accept that the current policy says that an assignment in Rome and an assignment in Milan cannot possibly have the same admin C because they are in two different locations and they need local staff in each location to be registered in those two unaggregated assignments, then according to the proposal, as in the policy text that we are proposing, those two assignments cannot be aggregated because they don't have the consistent contact details throughout the assignment, the aggregated assignment. So I can point that out to the list as well. So.
This is technically correct, but then if you follow that line of argument, it sort of makes your proposal obsolete, because if you aggregate stuff and you're technically required to have different admin Cs and you cannot aggregate, then the question is, why do this in the first place? So I agree with you, but it's a bit more complicated.
Yes, but to add to that is that this presumes that you accept this definition of admin C as being a policy mandate. And if you accept that definition of admin C as being mandated by policy, then that has implications for more than only IPv4 policy. That also has implications for IPv6 policy, where aggregated by LIR is also already a fact. Additionally, this definition of admin C has to do with the location of the assignment. And if you think in some cases, for example, like a managed data center provider, you can have multiple customers in the same location, and none of the customers have actually access to that location. Only the data center provider / LIR has access to that location. And in that case, which happens to be the situation I am in, then it would be appropriate to put the LIR's network operations staff as the admin C for the customer assignments, because only the LIR has physical access to the location. And then in that case, we can aggregate. And there's also the case of assignments made to personal individuals, where there is an explicit permission to replace the contact information with the LIR. So those could be aggregated as well.
Angela, policy officer. Thank you, Tor, and thank you, Jeroen, for the introduction of your proposal. I just wanted to correct one thing, that in the latest modification of the policy, it is the limitation of assigning a /48 is not so strict anymore, because there was a correction that requires now to keep records of the reasons why a larger assignment is given to a single end site in case of an audit. So in case the utilization of an IPv6 allocation has to be checked for the request of a subsequent allocation, you do not need to request our approval to assign a larger. So for example, you could have an assignment size that is larger than 48, but in case of an audit, you have to justify to give the reason why this assignment for each end site is necessary. Just a clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Elvis online. Elvis, you're up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Just wanted to say that in IPv6, the aggregated by LIR has an assignment size because it was made that way. It was made to basically aggregate a bunch of similar assignments into one large object. And that's also because in IPv6, you no longer connect one customer with one IP address. You'll make an assignment of up to a /48 to a customer with no questions asked. So the aggregated by LIR in IPv6 makes sense when you make a lot of assignments that have basically the same size and maybe even the same designation. Like these are my customers for DSL or for fiber or for stuff like that. When you want to aggregate by LIR in IPv4 and then also remove the assignment size, I don't know, I no longer see why you're creating an aggregation and not just an object that's called an assignment. What's the difference between an assignment of a /24 where you say in the description these are all my customers of various sizes, and or you make an object with a different status aggregated by LIR? Well, yeah, I don't see the purpose of it anymore.
Well, the thing is that you're not allowed to make an assignment to multiple customers, neither in IPv4 nor in IPv6. In IPv4, there is one narrow exception, and that is if all of the assignments in that, as in individual assignments in that aggregated assignment, is used only for connecting to the ISP. So if it's point-to-point links is the example that's given. If it's used for something else, then you can't use this exception. So this is in order to differentiate between an assignment to a specific customer or an assignment of point-to-point links, as opposed to a multiple assignment to multiple customers, like you could, for example, have in a data center. Then it is necessary to. You could also, of course, have expanded what is permissible by the assigned PA status, but since the aggregated by LIR status is already present in the IPv6 policy, it kind of works. It's tried and true. Then we were thinking that it makes more sense to bring parity between the two policies in this way and having the same thing in both places.
Okay, I'm going to read out a comment from Peter Hessler from Globalways GmbH. In the IPv4 version of aggregated by LIR, if one was to use assignment size attribute, would that refer to the number of addresses assigned or to a size?
I guess that's undefined. It's not mentioned by the proposal at all. The RIPE NCC has in its impact analysis said that it would make the assignment size attribute optional. So LIRs could use it if they want to. But the definition has not been mentioned if it is a number of addresses or if it's the CIDR prefix length. So I guess that question would go to Angela, maybe, if she actually knows what the NCC had in mind here. Or if not, I guess we would just have to wait and see what how the implementation actually ends up being.
It's me again, Angela. I think that this is also open to what eventually is decided by the community. The syntax now for the assignment size is just the number referring to the subnet in IPv6 that is distributed to each assignment in the aggregated by LIR. But I think that this can be changed if so decided for IPv4. Ed for probably can confirm. we could do it. Okay.
And I have another comment, this one from Brian Story from Gamma. Hi, Tore and Jeroen. Thanks for all your efforts in putting this proposal together. I can see the reasons and objectives you are trying to achieve. One aspect I don't quite follow is the optional aspect of PA assignment registration versus aggregated, and how we can approach this in a consistent fashion between LIRs. Is there an expectation of consistency of approach, or just down to how each decides to consume the policy?
Well, yes, it is up to the LIR. We do not, as in the use of this new status is in no way mandatory. Just like it's not mandatory in IPv6. So if you want, if you're an LIR, you can still register every single assignment individually, just like you've been doing so far, if that's what you prefer. And you can, of course, include in those assignments any amount of contact information or other optional attributes that you would like to put in there. So if you're an LIR, you can completely ignore this proposal after it passes. You can just keep doing what you've always been doing. However, if you want to aggregate a bunch of assignments that have the same purpose and the same contact information, and you feel that that will actually be convenient for me because I'm maybe already doing it in IPv6 and it's convenient there, and I would like to do it in the same in IPv4, then you can do that. So I guess, yes, it's up to the LIR if they want to use this new status or not.
Okay. I would like to thank everybody for participating in the discussion here in the room. We need, due to agenda constraints and time, move this back to the mailing list. Do send your comments, questions, and support or opposition and statements to the mailing list. And I would like to thank Jeroen and Tore for their presentation time. Thanks.
Thank you for listening.
So this is me introducing a discussion rather than me making a presentation. Just so everyone who wasn't in attendance knows, during the break between the last Stripe meeting and this Stripe meeting, we had a couple of interim sessions, and they are recorded and there are minutes online, and we had discussions about which aspects of IPv6 policy really need some improvement. Now we have some proper proposals, and we can probably only handle one of these at a time. So part of what we want to do in this next bit is we want to get your feedback on where should we focus first, and then also what is the scope for a proposal. We could do something that is a little bit grander, or we could do something that's simple and then we can improve on it at a later date. So I know we have people who would like to speak. So I'm going to get out of the way now, but I just wanted to make sure that we had some context so that people aren't surprised as to what is happening and why. Which of you wants to speak first? So let me get out of the way.
Okay. Okay, can you pull up the presentation from before? Thank you. No. Okay. So we've been discussing this at the interim address policy working group call, and we figured out that simplification of things may make everybody happy. So here it goes. Why are we doing /29? I know me and Mark Townsley were responsible to go from /32 to /29, but back in the time, that was because the reservation was /29 from /32. And this is a little bit ticking to everybody's OCD a little bit. Why /29? Why don't keep it simple and go to the nibble boundary of /28, right? And we think that the LIRs that meet the initial allocation criteria are eligible to receive an initial allocation of /28. No additional documentation needed. We think that keeping the allocations to the nibble boundary is much simpler than the current way of allocating IPv6 space. And also, we would like to make sure that we distribute down the tree comfortably enough space so people can make their addressing plans as they wish. And if LIR needs more space, next possible size is /24, /20, /16, and so on. And we know that RIPE NCC is reserving the space for possible later extensions. So in this case, it should be /24 for everybody. And all current /32 and /29 allocations probably can't be extended to /24 in case of additional allocation, but majority of /29s could probably extend it to /28. And for those who can't, you should probably, if you want /28, you should probably return your space and get one continuous allocation. And that's from my side. Let's go.
So I know this room is full with people who love math and love the HD ratio and all that involves. But just in case you don't, this actually provides some extra simplification, because instead of having an HD ratio, like we do have a table in the back that says what exactly the numbers are. The table would get a lot shorter if you just do nibble boundaries. You would end up with a table like you can see here. You know, if you have at least one end site to connect, you can get a /28. If you have more than 2,097,152 /48s, you could get a /24. Now, the thing is, like when I was learning about physics, like the more digits you specify, like the more accurate your whole analysis becomes, because you have to check everything to X decimals behind the comma. So, you know, maybe this is not the best idea. So we could also just make it simpler. Use nice round numbers, powers of 2. Don't be too precise. You know, if somebody has 1.99 million end sites, that rounds to 2. You know, don't make it too complicated. So we could actually just put it like this and make the numbers understandable and easy to read. Now, from this, we actually had some people ask, like, well, but we still have like 48s, 56s. What do we like? How do you count them if you have a combination? Like you give your business customers one, and your home customers another. So we could even just stop talking about prefix sizes and just say, okay, how many end sites do you have? And just not even care about what size you give. And this would actually be an incentive to just give everybody a /48, because, well, you're getting the space anyway, if you want. So these are all just ideas that we've been have been discussing, and we're like, well, nibble boundaries, make it all nice to read the addresses. There's one nibble, one character in hexadecimal. We can simplify the HD ratio and just put some nice round numbers in there. We could go even further. So what we're interested in is to see, okay, how does this community view this? How far would you like to go? So yeah, there will be some questions. No, I'm giving it to you very shortly. So we have these steps, like where do we want to end? Where do we what is too far? And that is actually the bit that Gerd wants to talk about, because especially the back button, especially this one. Do we actually want to stop distinguishing between what sizes you give?
So I got volunteered into this. These people keep ambushing me and asking me stuff, and I said, no, don't go there. And then they say, okay, you go on stage and explain why not. So fast forward back 20 years. We had an IPv6 policy that says every customer gets a 48. And then Jeff Houston did some math and said, maybe not. If you really do this with aggregation losses all the way, everybody gives out 48, every provider gets a huge block, people have multiple ISP accounts, we might actually run out of V6. Jeff does math, I'm not so good at math. So we said, yeah, maybe there's some point to it. And this is why the policy was changed to give the ISPs the freedom to assign whatever they want up to a 48 to their customers. So if you want 48s, you can do this today, but the policy sort of nudges you to do 56s. And most broadband ISPs seems to do 56s today. And that brings complications in dealing with the NCC, of course, because what do you mean with how many 56s have I given to my customers? I gave out 48s. What do you mean, how many 56s? I give out 52s. I have not given out a single 56, so is my block full or not? The policy is actually clear on that. So if you give out a 48, it counts as 256 56s given out, but maybe it's still not so clear. I think we should maintain the difference, giving people, giving ISPs the option to assign 48s if they think that's a reasonable thing, or 56s. But that, of course, means we cannot just count customers, because if you do customer counting, you either have too much space or too little space, depending on what you give out. So Jan wanted easy and just count customers, which of course makes dealing with the NCC much easier. I think the math doesn't really permit us. So I would opt for staying with the 56s and maybe reword to make very clear that you can do 48s. And then for the purpose of counting things, a 48 means 256 56s done, math. And keep these two tables there, like this.
We should ask the feedback from the community.
You were ambushing me to come here and present my thoughts, and this is fine.
This is fine, and these are the questions now.
As you can see, this is a topic for discussion. Like even we cannot agree. We need your help.
Exactly. You do not have to agree. Just do what I say.
All right. So before, because I don't see anybody at the mic, I'll pose a question here. Could you go one slide back?
Yes.
So what happens if a ISP does request an initial allocation for a 27 or a 26? They have the customers on that side.
Nope.
Why would you, at that point, because that falls within the reservation up to a 24, they still can grow. Why would you not?
Nibble boundary.
Okay.
Jordi Palet. First of all, I agree with this proposal, and of course, as many can guess, I will go for this one. So not counting the size of the prefix, but number of websites. I don't agree with the math done by Jeff, but that's a different discussion. We can stay forever with that discussion. However, I am not sure if you want to close this before going to the discussion of other possible proposals. or already go on?
So this was one of the topics that we like to discuss. There are other options that we would like to discuss during the session. They just had a couple slides to make it clear what their position was. This is not a decision at this moment on which one now. The idea for the chairs is to get a feeling out of the room which of the topics that we want to talk about is going to be most interesting for the working group, and work on that first, and then so that we stage the different topics, because there are multiple topics that we would like to address.
Yeah.
So this is one, and I know Tobias has one. There he is. And I'm very sure you have some topics as well. So that we, yes.
Stay here until they finish.
Sorry? Yeah. So
if I may inject a bit of math in between, I did some rough calculations on allocation sizes yesterday, and given the amount of V6 space we have, given the amount of regional registries we have, some leeway here and there, we can afford to give every LIR a 24 just fine. We can barely afford to give every LIR a 22. We cannot afford to give every LIR 20 because there's not enough space. So be careful where we are going. 28 is easy, 24 is okayish, 20 is not, by default.
So I'll start with Raymond, and we have Peter online after that.
Okay, Raymond Jetten again as a provider. I like this very much. Thank you for doing this. But I was expecting the next slide where SRv6 is taken into account. Thank you.
Can we put Peter online? Peter, you're up.
I very much like the concept of nibble boundaries. It makes life much easier for from the operational perspective and trying to allocate things. I don't have a strong opinion on the HD ratio versus /56s / number of end sites, except for I do think we need whatever we end up with has to involve the size of the network we're giving out to the end customer. If I give every end customer a /40, or if I give every end site of /40, then I will burn through my allocation extremely quickly. Whereas if I give out a /56, then this allocation will last for quite a long time. And I think that needs to be part of the justification for getting getting more or a larger address space.
Thank you, Peter. Jordi?
Yeah.
No, Jordi was first.
So there is a very big difference between the way RIPE and the rest of the regions work. And I think that means that it's really difficult to believe that something like this could work, at least at the moment, in other regions, because in other regions, you pay the membership based on the size of the address. And here is not the case. So I don't think the situation where we can afford a /20 for every LIR in the world is not a problem in that sense, because I really think it's not going to happen that all the regions will work the same.
I'm just talking about RIPE.
Yeah. Oh, you are talking just about RIPE.
I was just looking at the RIPE
Okay.
LIR numbers. Sorry. I was doing the number of LIRs in the RIPE region and how many bits do I need for that and play around with that.
But RIPE can go to ICANN and request additional /11, 12,
that was based on RIPE getting a /6 from ICANN. How much space do we have in there? And there's only so many /6s. So it was
But
really
we
like
have
going to the
additional
extreme.
slash threes in IPv6 as well.
Yeah, but staying inside the first 001, this is what we can do. If we have to go to a next format prefix, then the discussion is much larger.
But it's not a real problem. We
Or
have 7 additional slash threes.
Getting the IETF to agree on anything is a problem.
Okay, so we do need to keep this discussion short because we have 2 others that we need to discuss, and time is of the essence here.
So, Leo, speaking personally and based on my experience working in the IANA team, there are 512/12s in the current /3. That essentially means we could give every RAR a /12 every year for a century. So, I mean, I'm not taking a position on what we ought to do, but in answer to your question, how many /12s do we have? That's basically the answer. We could give every RAR a /12 for a century. I don't think we could realistically do that without the internet melting, but you know.
Okay, we have one at the mic.
Urban Suchodolnik, speaking for myself. I really like the idea of the nibble boundary, but I would like to point out that I think that ISPs and other networks and network designers, like it's riddled with bad practices when it comes to giving IPv6 to end customers. For example, Magenta in Austria gives a /60, if I'm not mistaken. And I would like to take that, like if you're giving at least a /56 or giving a /48 into account in this, so we do encourage good practices of IP location in sense of giving a reasonable amount to a customer to like that goes together with, let's say, IPv6 philosophy or what should an end customer get. And thank you.
So there's 2 bits to that one. There's one, like the policy shouldn't limit the ISPs in doing the right thing, and I think the BCOP task force also has a big part in educating. So I think there are 2 sides to that.
Yeah. So sorry, just a follow up. I don't want ISPs to do the wrong thing. And just like, because I do see that some would go like there, we already don't have we have a policy that you can give more /48s or reserve more space for, let's say, business customers and so on. That is not followed. Like at a certain company that I know that they do design IP space for ISPs, they don't even know that this exists from RIPE, that may be giving an extra space. Exists. So I'm just going for this, that, you know, yeah, look into this, because I think some would be just like, yeah, we will give like the same we had at the beginning, giving /64s, and they're just wrong. So encourage that in.
We'll have a complete discussion at the mailing list on this topic. Don't worry. I need to cut you guys short. Well, not short. So, but we do have some other proposals that we need to discuss as well.
I think we got pretty clear feedback from the community that we need to work on this.
We'll decide later after the other options which one we'll take. To start with,
I have 3 comments to read out, and they're just comments, so they'll be quick. Elvis Daniel Valea from v4escrow.com. I love your new HD ratio. It looks perfect, simple and clear. Followed by Rob Evans from JISC. Not every ISP is a domestic broadband provider. Some provide connectivity to large multi-campus educational institutions, and one end site / customer might need more than a /48. And Elvis then responded, when it comes to customers that need more than a /48 per site, there is the tool of the sub allocation.
As said, more discussions on the mailing list later. Thank you. Tobias, can you pitch yours quickly? And I'm sorry for the blinking lights that will start up because we're already running out of time in a minute.
Okay, I think I can be quick. So my personal issue is the PI allocation policy or assignment policy. The issue you're facing is that it's close to impossible to get anything bigger than a /48. that is mostly rooted in the somewhat unclear definition of the end site. What I would propose is to do similar as proposed previously, go to A, nibble boundaries for IPv4, sharpen the definition of the end site to make it more clear that, well, what an end site is and how many you have, and also introduce a strong suggestion to do continuous allocations. So if you have 2 end sites, hence qualify for at least /47, you get the next nibble boundary. And you get that within a single prefix, because what I've seen in the past is that if you qualify for more than 1 /48, you actually do get multiple /48s with their own reservations, etc., causing fragmentation. That's basically it, making PI a little bit more tractable, a little bit more feasible. Short and done.
Thank you. That was quick. Jordi?
Two years ago, I presented the chairs a policy proposal to review all the IPv6 policy. And I was told at that time that wait, because we are going to have some discussion. And in fact, we had some time after the interim sessions. After the interim sessions, I waited a little bit. I was already working on reviewing that policy proposal that was never published. And also asked it in the working group, in the mailing list, for other people that want to participate. Actually, I got 3 people willing to participate. Only 2 of them responded to my emails. It was Rins and Tobias. We prepared an updated review of all the policy proposal. I think basically we agreed. The policy proposal was looking for some editorial needs. That's the easy part. Well, not always so easy. The PI thing, very, very close to what Tobias already explained. And also the allocation based on already Rins mentioned, I think it was this morning, his problems to get an allocation. And I got the same feedback from other people in the community. So we were working in basically, let's say, 3 main ideas, which were covering all the points discussed in the interim sessions. So we had changing the locations, initial and subsequent, changing the PI, and of course, removing the HD ratio. We were not looking into the same that was presented before by Jan, Sander, and Gert. We were looking into something different. I basically agree with their idea. I think it's a very good one. Our perspective at that time was looking for the same as IANA has towards the registries, which is utilization, 50% utilization, you get more space, okay? We were also looking into nibble boundary. So in that perspective was the same, but we were not fixing how many sites or how many assignments for each step in the nibble boundary. My complaint here basically is I think the proposals that we have already submitted should have been published. I agree that the chair suggested that a single proposal for everything is too complex to discuss, etc. Fine. So we split the proposal in 3 parts and actually submitted 2 of them. One was the allocation part and the other one was the PI part. And then we decided the rest, which is more editorial, will come at the end. I am fine which order we work on, but I think the point is that according to the PDP, if somebody submits a proposal, it should go through, and it didn't happen. So I hope this discussion gets again towards the correct utilization of the PDP, and we have those proposals published. I understand that maybe discussing the 3 proposals exactly at the same time is not good. It's too complex for many people. Everybody has his own job, but I suggest that we should decide which order, which priority. If we want for allocation first or PI first, for example, and then probably stage a little bit the proposal. So once one proposal starts the second phase, the discussion phase or whatever, we start with the following one because we understand that the initial discussion usually is more, let's say, faster, more heated, and then we go down with less and less inputs in the mailing list.
Yeah, as you know, within address policy, we encourage people to have the discussion and the feeling with the working group at the meeting here. This is also why we've structured it this way, and we've asked you not to submit, a full proposal with all the changes. It is also to prioritize what is most important for the working group to initially start with, and based on that, moving forward. So this is basically what at the end of this session I would like to get from the room. Which of the parts does the working group feels, let's start with this. And then as Jordi also suggested, and it was also the intention from the chairs, do the other parts a couple weeks later so that it doesn't collide with each other and have discussions mixed, so that we can either do this one or that one first. I have a personal thing. My suggestion would be to start with the proposal from Sondergaard and Jan. It just makes most sense, I think, at this point. But I would really like to get the feedback from the room, whether we start with the one from Tobias or the other one, and take it from there, and then basically go see what's left, and that's where your.
But my point here is that I don't think the PDP is being followed. For example, if you remember the previous session, Marco presented something about the ASN, and exactly 28th October of 2020, I submitted a proposal to solve those problems. And I am still waiting for your confirmation, but because you told me, no, we are not going to set this proposal at this time. We will discuss in the mailing list. And what I suggested also when you said that one single proposal for resolving all this was too much, I said, okay, let's go to discussing this in the mailing list, and it was not discussed in the mailing list. And also, when I saw the last change in the agenda with this slot, because 1 month and a half ago, I asked for a slot for presenting the proposal. Before going into a formal proposal, I was said, no, we don't have enough time. And also 2 days ago, when I saw in the agenda the last change, I asked Leo, should I prepare some slides? No, we are not going to use slides, but we have got the slides from another group. And again, I agree with what they are proposing, but I don't think this is being done in a fair way.
Okay.
During you wanted feedback in which order to start. I think we should start with Tobias' proposal, actually, because simplification is good, all fine, but Tobias has real issues to solve. On the people that could not get big blocks under the current policy, I think that's an operational procedural problem that needs to be looked into. But the current policy does permit big allocations. And if you have the customer numbers, and if you have the documentation, and the NCC is being stubborn, this needs to be looked into, because I think there's a procedural problem, not a policy problem. So what Jan volunteered me into proposing is good, but Tobias seems to be more urgent.
Thank you. Peter?
Peter Kordinik. Maybe I'm confused, but I think we clarified at a previous occasion that the PDP is a vehicle for the community to formalize a discussion after there is at least a certain understanding of a problem statement. To that extent, the community looks for a Staki to actually do the work. My understanding was that we did not develop the PDP and use the PDP as an entry ticket to a discussion, and also that the PDP should not be used to surprise the community with ideas, whether or not they might be bright, that's something. So there's a conversation first, and then we conclude there is maybe something to do, and then we start the PDP. To that extent, I would support the judgment of the chairs as presented so far. Thanks.
Hi. So Peter, to answer on that, you're right. This is not the IETF where the process starts with submitting a document. The process starts with a problem statement in the working group, actually acknowledging this needs to be addressed, and then it could end up in starting off the PDP with an actual proposal. Thank you.
And that's why we had the interim sessions. So I think we follow with the process in that sense. The point here is that Rins and myself already submitted a proposal for the PI as well. So now you have a problem, which one you choose, because it's two different proposals. Actually, not too much different, because Tobias started working with us and then he decided to go on their own. So if we follow the PDP and when you get a proposal, you publish it, you don't have this problem. Now you have a problem of which one you choose.
Tobias Siewicz, MPI. I would not make a suggestion towards what we start with, but what we stop with. I would suggest we stop with the discussion on following the PDP, not following the PDP, and things about the process, also going into the context of ad hominem questions. Instead, I would argue that we should focus on bringing policy forward and making a positive change for the RAP community.
I have a comment from Peter Hessler from Global Ways GmbH. I like the proposed schedule of working through the proposals. I have no strong feelings on which order for the proposals. I trust the proposer and the working group chairs for scheduling them. That all being said, I would like to see a short summary of what is incoming.
Thank you.
Hi, Rinse Kloek, speaking from Delta Fiber. I agree with your proposal going for nibble boundaries, so I fully agree, and it would solve a lot of problems I had in the previous request for larger block space. So yeah, but also I work together with Jordi about the proposal to enlarge the initial allocation size to 28 and also reversion for 24. Only I have a bit discussion about if you go reserve it slash 24, why don't you hand out immediate slash 24? Because you do reserve it, so you can't do anything with it. So maybe we can have a discussion about it because it is reserved and you can do something without it, with it. Yeah, and I'd like to hear from other people if they agree to start with this larger allocation size, so instead of the PI. So, but that's my opinion from my company. So I'd like to hear from other people.
Let me comment on the reservation bit. Not handing out space right away that you're never going to need is good stewardship. So the NCC has a /12. At some point it will be sort of full. And there's small ISPs like us that are still on a 32 because we never needed a 29. So we got upgraded to a 29, but we still in the first 32. So we don't need a 24. We will never need a 24. So if the NCC would push a 24 on us because they say, oh, it's reserved for you anyway, take it, take it. It's not responsible stewardship. If I don't need it, I don't need to be given it. So I think reservations in case you grow and have a contiguous allocation is good. But at some point, the ISP says, I don't need it. Somebody else can have that space. And that's also a good thing.
Well, it might not work out, but that is why we have reservations.
Okay, Alex, now reservations also were at one time a thing in IPv4, and they expired if they were unused at some point and got reallocated to someone else.
Thank you. So I would suggest that we take this back to the mailing list, do a summary on the options that we have. I do want to take Jordi's time. I'll take that offline, and we'll include that in the discussion, and then we'll take the feedback from the mailing list as well before we proceed. And then we have part of time. Where are we? Yes, I know which agenda item we are, but how are we doing on time? Oh, sorry? Excellent. So 15 minutes left. Any other topic? Any questions or issues that people would like to bring up for policy? Jordi.
Question, should now I resubmit the ASN policy proposal that I submitted 3 years ago?
We're going to have a discussion on this.
Okay,
office.
I can informally send it to the mailing list or the basic ideas to see what the community thinks before another formal proposal? Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions? I hear we're going for lunch earlier this time. So I would like to thank the scribe. Thank you, and see you next year.
The feeling is odd between the team right now. The piggy bank, it's almost the top at this point. We all remember when it was completely empty. It feels like it was months ago. Yeah. It's a very strange feeling because we definitely miss our
Brenda,
friends.
are you
We
there?
are very close to winning that ultimate prize.
Yeah, she's probably there. Yeah, rather not here. Yeah. Oh, I actually made her speaker and then made. I will just message you. No. Okay. Okay. Well, I open if you want to speak.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. You there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. We can hear. We can see you. Yeah.
Okay.
So when your presentation is there, you will see the slides, and I will give you control for the slides. So you will just change them by clicking next slide next to the slide in the Meetecho interface.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Everything's set up. Then you can mute yourself and turn off your camera and wait for the queue.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm in Meet Echo as well. I am in Meet Echo as well. Do you know how to set the timer?
Well, so okay, so we're chairs now.
Well, I'm not, I will be in a second. So when you start a presentation, I think it's the action. How do you do that when you start? So. Huh?
It's time is now. So, get the agenda.
Right, it is 2 o'clock. I am Curtis Lindquist. I am one of the working group chairs. 20 years ago, there was a, if you want to do your conference calls, maybe you want to do it outside. Maybe. We're running the working group, so you're going to go outside. Sorry. All right, okay. We'll start all over. 20 years ago, there was a debate in the RIPE community about a lot of things. And at the end of that debate, one decision was to split something called the LIR working group, very aptly chaired by Hans Petter at that time, into 2 working groups. One was called NCC Services Working Group, and the other one became Address Policy. And I think it was Daniel and Hans Petter, I think it was, who approached me and asked, this NCC Services Working Group, surely we could use someone to chair it, and we thought you'd be good for this. And I laughed and thought, well, first of all, it can't be serious, but secondly, I kind of like, okay, sure, I'll do it for a short while. And that's 20 years ago. So fast forward to today. This is the end of 20 years of bad jokes. It's the end of 20 years of rather poor timekeeping, and 20 years, end of 20 years of really silly slides. I also realized, I mean, walking up here, there's quite a few people who came up to me and said, we're really looking forward to this. I'm not quite sure how to take that, but there is one thing I thought that I didn't actually include in my slides, and I should issue a special thank you to, is apparently 15 years of the stenographers mostly keeping up with me talking, and Yeah, so thank you from me to the stenographers doing it. For the last time, for me at least, this is your favorite working group, the NCC, or the most favorite working group, the NCC Services Working Group. Right. So the agenda of today, we're going to go through some admin matters. I should have brought my glasses. Okay, that was 20 years, not for you. We're going to go through the RIPE-NCC survey, the website redesign. And by the way, this agenda is slightly reordered from the original posted because we had to do some logistics. Brenda's going to do this remotely, and then we have the registry update after those, and the RIPE-NCC update by Hans Petter. And then we're going to have the RIPE-NCC services chair selection. Now, this chair selection process was written by me 20-ish years ago. I think it might have been 18 years ago. And it made perfect sense, and I wrote it 20 years ago, and you lot all agreed to it, by the way. So if there's any flaws in it, it's not mine. So we have two candidates to replace me. We have had very few expressions of support on the membership on the services, NCC Services Working Group mailing list. But by the process, when I step down at which is at point E, Bidja will take over and run the chair selection, and we are going to ask for a hum in the room as in support for what comes out of the mailing list. But we'll come back to that when we get to that point. And then the new working group chairs will run the open microphone and any other business. So, and I realized I forgot to find out who's a scribe for this, but usually the NCC assigns a scribe, so I hope there is someone who is a scribe. Otherwise, we have a bit of an issue. Oh, there is others. Oh, okay, right, there we go. Okay. Agenda, is this agenda fine? Any additions, comments, thoughts? No? Good. Minutes from the last time, there was no comments as far as I'm aware, so I guess we all approved. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Brenda, who's going to do this first part on the survey remote for 15 minutes, and then we're going to hand over to the in-room part, if I understand this correctly. And I don't really know how this is going to work. I'm going to get off stage at least.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you can hear me okay, and that you're having a good time at this annual meeting of the RIPE-NCC. My name is Brenda, and I'm going to provide an overview of the key findings of the 2023 RIPE-NCC member survey. We conducted this survey in between May 22nd and the 30th of June 2023. This survey actually follows on from one that we conducted in 2019, obviously before the global pandemic. And so, as you'll see as we go through these, whilst some of the findings have stayed the same or improved, there are some changes and differences, and mostly largely attributed to the result of the pandemic. We received more than 4,000 responses, and after data cleansing, which is quite standard in research, around 3,900 responses were analysed. So this gives us 95% confidence that the actual results are within a plus or minus 2% margin of error. The survey was fielded in 10 different languages other than English this year, and more than half of the responses were completed in other languages. And this is, again, higher than in 2019, where I think around 45% of completed surveys were completed in a native language. Over half of the responses came from Western Europe, 17% from Eurasia, 12% from the Middle East, and 7% each from Central Europe and Southeast Europe. So I'm going to take a look at our members' opinions about the performance of the RIPE-NCC in delivering the registry and other services first. So as you can see, satisfaction with the RIPE NCC's performance across a range of core measures remains high. So quality of service delivery, quality of resource registration services, and interaction with customer service with the RIPE NCC are all extremely high and around 9 and 10. Speed of responses from the RIPE NCC has increased 5 percentage points to 86%, and in a new question that was asked in 2023, satisfaction with invoicing and billing processes are high at 83%. The Net Promoter Score methodology examines attitudes about either the propensity to recommend a product or service or organisation to somebody else, or to speak highly of an organisation to others. And as you can see here, at 43%, the RIPE NCC's overall NPS is very high for what we would normally see in a member-based organisation like the RIPE NCC. Eurasia in particular has a strong propensity to speak highly of the RIPE NCC to others. So despite these high satisfaction ratings with the core registration services provided by the RIPE NCC and a high NPS score, there are a couple of areas where members are less satisfied. Ratings of value for money have dropped 6 percentage points to 69%, while satisfaction with the RIPE NCC's use of member funds has also fallen 10 percentage points to 66%. These ratings are largely driven by responses from participants in Central and Western Europe, with these two areas significantly less likely to rate the performance in these areas as either good or excellent. When we looked at the comments provided by members about the reasons for their ratings, there are some concerns about the appropriateness of the annual budget and some concerns of a lack of transparency in budget allocation. And while some comments suggest a reduction in non-core activities by the RIPE NCC to help reduce overall member fees, others are of the opinion that the membership fee structure overall needs to be adjusted, perhaps to more fairly reflect the resources that they have. Ratings of governance still remain high though. Around 3/4 of respondents are satisfied or extremely satisfied with the executive board's leadership of the RIPE NCC, the general meeting and the governance documents. There's a slight fall in perceptions of engagement with members, and members in comments that were provided would like to have more opportunities to meet and talk with the RIPE NCC board members and executives, perhaps more formally and more frequently than the current general meeting allows. I'd also just like to mention that there were quite a lot of don't knows in response to all of these questions, with around 30% of respondents feeling that they didn't know enough about these questions to provide a rating. And these ratings that you're seeing are once we have removed those don't know responses. So we'll move on and have a look at some of the more strategic findings from the survey. We asked respondents to tell us the most important activities that the RIPE NCC performs aside from obviously the core functions of registry and resource services. And around 60% say the provision of information services, RIPE Atlas, RIPE Stat, RIS, RIPE IPMAT, is one of the most important functions aside from registry services. Interestingly, around 50% or 49% say that working to defend the global internet registry system is an important activity of the RIPE NCC. And I think that these results provide an interesting perspective. While registry and core information services are always likely to be the most important of the RIPE NCC's activities, from a broader perspective, working to maintain the goal of an open, stable and secure internet for all is more important than some of the other services that are offered by the RIPE NCC. You can see there's quite a big gap between these first two important services to the next most important, which is K-Root and DNS services. I would like to say, though, that when we combined all of the different education and learning and development opportunities offered by the RIPE NCC, when we combine the three of those, 45% believe that webinars, workshops, training courses, the RIPE NCC Academy and the Certified Professional Program are also important to members. Excuse me. We also asked respondents to tell us in their own words about how effectively the RIPE NCC is working to meet their strategic objectives. And we received over 3,100 comments that were provided, and a majority of those say that, show that members are largely satisfied with how the RIPE NCC is working to meet its strategic objectives, and provided positive responses. Of those that had a different perspective, costs of membership, communication were frequently mentioned, along with IPv4 scarcity. Excuse me. So again, when we asked members to describe in their own words the challenges of maintaining a stable, open and secure internet globally, concerns about cybersecurity and information security and the threats posed by cyber attacks are top of mind for most of the respondents. There were also numerous comments about governments attempting to exert control over the internet, and this, I think, alongside geopolitical concerns, are mentioned as challenging the wider internet governance model and seen as disruptive to the goal of internet neutrality. Another common theme was the influence of large multinational organisations and their economic interests on internet structure and governance. There are concerns that corporate and monetary interests provides them the ability to control and influence the internet globally. Excuse me. There are also concerns about fair access to the internet for all and the existence of a digital divide across the globe. Obviously, there are technical limitations to internet accessibility in some places, but there are also human-induced restrictions that make internet access difficult for many. When we asked, and turning to more internal individual organisation challenges for the RIPE NCC members in providing internet services, again, the problem of information and cyber security is evident. So similar to 2019, 42% are concerned about information and network security, and as well, unchanged from 2019, around a third of respondents are also concerned about IPv4 scarcity, and that's is particularly apparent in Eurasia and the Middle East regions. But there were two new challenges confronting members in 2023, skills shortages and the overall costs of operations, or the costs of actually doing business. And it's interesting that these two issues are common at the moment, and most other research that we have conducted since the pandemic, with many industries and professions feeling the effects of a lack of qualified staff, and inflation and the cost of living increases, making it much harder for businesses. So costs of operations is a much bigger issue this year for RIPE NCC members than it was in 2019. So again, when we asked what role can the RIPE NCC play to help address some of these issues, most of the comments are focused around the scarcity of IPv4 and the challenges with IPv6 adoption. There is a perception that there are a large number of unused IPv4 addresses being held by some organisations, and members would like the RIPE NCC to help reclaim these for redistribution. They would also continue to encourage the RIPE NCC to concentrate on education and case studies and training in IPv6 adoption and transition. The provision of education and training and knowledge sharing in general is also another way that's seen as important for the RIPE NCC to provide for members to assist with their challenges. It is also worth noting that around a third of the comments from respondents, though, indicated that there's either nothing that the RIPE NCC can do beyond what it is already doing to assist these, or they believe that these issues are somewhat out of the RIPE NCC's control. When we asked about assistance with IPv4 transfers, around 3 in 10 respondents want guidance on transfer policies and procedures, more streamlined processes to minimise delays and overheads, and for the RIPE NCC to facilitate connections between buyers and sellers. Some, however, as you can see, believe that there is no new activities that are needed, and nothing new that the RIPE NCC can do to assist. I'll move on to operational findings lastly. While around 50% of respondents have deployed IPv6 in their networks, and those in Central, Southeast and Western Europe are more likely to have done so. So to better understand the reasons why they deployed and also the challenges that they faced in that deployment, we also asked them what the drivers of IPv6 adoption was. And, 2/3 say they wanted to be ready for future IPv6 demands. 58% wanted to gain experience with IPv6, and around a third said that it was required by either their partners or their customers. Interestingly, only 13% adopted IPv6 because they had no more IPv4 resources available. So when we asked what the biggest challenges were to implementing, ensuring feature parity between IPv4 and IPv6 is the primary issue when implementing or deploying IPv6. But again, interestingly, managing misconceptions is a common problem, with around 4 in 10 saying that changing the IPv4 mindset within their organization was an issue during implementation. And for those who have yet to deploy IPv6 in their networks, again, and this is common and has been common for a number of years, respondents say a lack of time, a perception that they don't need IPv6, or a lack of organizational knowledge is hindering or barriers to them going ahead with IPv6 implementation. About a quarter of respondents have implemented RPKI, which is the same as in 2019. And the most common reasons for not adopting or implementing RPKI is a lack of knowledge about it and how it works. So lastly, engagement and satisfaction with training, events and the meetings organised by the RIPE NCC is relatively high. The blue bar here shows you those who have attended different meetings or activities hosted by the RIPE NCC. And of those that are most attended, satisfaction is high. Satisfaction with training courses, the RIPE meetings and RIPE NCC organised events is very high. Usage of or attendance at open houses, member lunches, hackathons and those sorts of things is lower. However, as you can see, satisfaction still remains relatively high. So suggestions to improve engagement activities included conducting meetings and events in different countries and regions, offering training and events in multiple languages to make sure they're open for everyone and not a barrier for those who are not familiar with English. Reduced reliance on emails or member lists as a communication method was also suggested, with comments that use of social media rather than member lists might be more meaningful. So just to conclude, we had a high response rate, and I think the fielding the survey in multiple languages contributes to that. The RIPE NCC's performance ratings remain high for those core services around registry and resource services. There are concerns about value for money and suggestions that the RIPE could maintain a bigger focus on registry services, but converse to that, there are concerns about cybersecurity, government influence and the maintaining an open, secure and stable internet globally. Information security, IPv4 scarcity and transition to IPv6 remain common challenges amongst members, and encouraging adoption and reclaiming unused IPv4 are ways that the RIPE NCC could help with those challenges. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present these. I'd now like to hand over to Adonis and we can collectively take some questions from here.
Hello from me. My name is Adonis Stergiopoulos and I work for the RIPE NCC. So I'm just going to take over for a couple of minutes just to say what that means for our side. I've been involved with this survey since the beginning of this year with Fergal Cunningham, who could not be here today. And we've been involved with designing the survey and then going through the data. And now we reached the stage where we are today. I don't know how I changed my slides. Yeah. I pressed it and here we go. Okay, thank you. So based on the report that we just saw from like Survey Matters and we published online, we further analyzed the data, and then we've identified some key findings, as we call them. There are 40 specific areas that the RIPE NCC is going to be looking at. So there are things that we will consider and some actions that we're going to take. And I want to say that this is kind of forms the basis of how we went to design the draft activity plan and budget that you will hear more about today. And you can find the list on our website. It's been there for like a week now. And what are the next steps? Got it. So as I said, we identified 40 key areas, and now in the next while, we are going to propose some actions that the RIPE NCC is going to take, and then just respond to some of them that we will not be able to. Then this, over the course of the next 2 years, we'll be reviewing that list and just update you on progress through like the RIPE meeting updates, through mailing lists, or any other mechanisms that we have. And then we'll make adjustments if necessary. And at the end, we will provide you with the outcomes of, and the work that we carried out over the last 3 years. And then we'll carry on with the next edition of the survey. So with that, I'm not sure if we have time for questions.
We can take some quick questions. I think I did realize I promised to stand in front of the camera, so maybe I'll come stand up here. Any questions? No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thanks to Brenda.
So next, as an outcome of the survey, is on the website. We're going to have Phillip Oldham from the RIPE NCC to talk about the website, I believe.
Hi. Hello. There we go. I'll start with a quick introduction because I'm a new face at the NCC. I'm Phil. I joined back in July, and I bring with me over 25 years of web experience in web development and agile delivery practices. I'm the new manager of the web services team. Web services is, amongst other things, responsible for the technology behind the NCC's public websites. This includes the websites that support the RIPE meetings, such as this one, and www.ripe.net, our main website. Over the last 12 as part of which we started with a similar project back in 2022 for RIPE Labs. Why are we doing this work? Primarily to improve the usability and experience for our visitors, especially visitors using smaller screens and assistive technologies. We also want to raise the prominence of the content relating to the RIPE community. The NCC and the community have a very close relationship, and we want to better represent that on the website. The site is also somewhat overdue for a design refresh. We want to bring it in line with the NCC's other recently updated tools, such as the LIR portal, RIPE Atlas, and, as I previously mentioned, RIPE Labs. How are we achieving this? In June, we retained a design agency to bring a new perspective to the process. We'll be working with them until the end of the year. One priority we gave them was to focus on accessibility, to make the website easier to use across all types of devices, in order to promote openness and inclusivity. In parallel, the team is moving the content to a more modern platform, so that we can make changes more quickly to better respond to the needs of the community. And we're following development best practice, so the website will be more efficient and responsive across devices. we faced some interesting challenges along the way. For example, we've been accumulating content for 30 years now, and such an important resource needs a lot of care and attention to make it ready for the new platform. We want to keep the website familiar for our regular visitors during this refresh, so that we don't disrupt any established workflows too much. Unfortunately, familiar and new can sometimes be in conflict, but rest assured, we're not going to move too many things around initially. Eventually, yeah. And the website in its current form has over 5,000 pages. You probably won't see this. A lot of this is hidden from the main navigation menus and is only accessible across the web via a direct link. We want to make this more discoverable. To do so is really tricky on smaller screens. Real estate is reduced, so this is definitely somewhat of a battle. However, we're making progress. There's still a lot to do though. When will the community see these changes? Unless we uncover any major issues in the coming weeks, we're on track for a release in January. This release is only a milestone for the team and for the project plan. It's not the finish line. We still have lots to do. And as is the nature of this type of project on long established websites, there may be some rough edges shortly after the release, but we will be monitoring and we will be fixing as a priority. And we'll continue to make improvements during the next year. And that includes the content side. Once the community is feeling familiar with the new design, we'll start to improve content organization and clarity. But with all of this, we need help from the community. Your feedback is invaluable. We want to make sure the updates to the website serve your needs, both now and in the future. So where can you get more details? There's a Labs article out already. I think that went out last month. And I'll be at the feedback stand near the baristas most of the day tomorrow. I'll be happy to help with any specific concerns you have, to note down any improvements that you'd like to see, or discuss the technical aspects in depth. If you would like to get involved in some user testing, that would be wonderful. I'll be happy to take your details at the desk as well. And finally, we'll continue to provide updates using the usual channels. And that was a brief update. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question online. So we're going to go to Lehman. I don't know how this works in practice. Is he going to speak? Is he going to?
I hope I can speak. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Hi, Phillip. This is Lars Lehman from Mainland in Stockholm. I definitely do have opinions about web pages and usability. How do I reach out to you to be part of the testing team? Because I'm not there, I cannot walk up to your desk and have you take my details.
No, that's fine. Just reach out to us at ws@right.net. That will come to me and my team, and we can discuss further.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then we have Daniel in the queue.
Hi, my name is Daniel Karnbeck. I'm the co-founder of RIPE and RIPE NCC staff member, so I'm a colleague. But I'm also a user, and I'm responsible for version 1 of the RIPE NCC website, which you I'm not proud of. It was useful at the time. No, my question, seriously, my question is, will we have an improved full text search function or a search function where I can find stuff? Because that's one of the sore points of the current implementation.
Yes, this has been a challenge for the team as well. We are moving forward with a different search engine. We're going to trial it initially. The technology that we were using was not very good, basically. We're trialing this new version, but we also have plans to trial a couple of separate versions in parallel, and we'll basically pick the winner, and hopefully that will be better for the community.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No? In that case, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is James Kennedy with the registry update.
Thank you, Kurt. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is James Kennedy, and I'm very happy to say that since September this year, I'm the new Chief Registry Officer for the RIPE NCC. I'm quickly scanning the room, and I recognize many faces. And yeah, it's great to see you all again. Those of you I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, I hope I can do so before the week is out. So yeah, before I get started, I think it's only right I quickly introduce myself. So I've been working in our wonderful world of internet numbers and the ORIOR system for over 15 years now at this stage. And on both sides of the registry, I've worked as well. So many moons ago, I was an IP resource analyst within the RIPE NCC. A couple of pictures to prove the point. Here we are managing the original IP version 4 runout, the IP version 4 runout of the free pool, I think in 2012, I believe. Yeah, since then, I've worked for a number of organizations in the community, namely Liberty Global, AWS, Virgin Media. And I've also been quite busy participant of the community, volunteering for different things. And here's some familiar faces from the ASOAC earlier this year. So moving on, what can you expect from me? What can you expect of the registry with me at the helm, so to speak? So we do have a 5-year strategy at the RIPE NCC. We're now coming towards the end of year 2 of that strategy. And we continue to work towards the goals and objectives as outlined in that strategy. I can say that high on my priority list is stability and accuracy of the registry. Why do I say stability here? Well, we've come through quite some challenges across the region in recent years, and who knows what's around the corner. But no matter what the future holds, I can say that we're absolutely committed to 100% ensuring as much stability, resiliency, accuracy within the registry in our processes and in the data that we maintain and manage. Also higher on our priority list are service excellence. Our service levels are very important to us, what we provide to our members, and ensuring that we adhere to our various compliance obligations within the frameworks that we operate. So service levels, how are we performing? Our objective here is to provide a world-class service to our members. We use common industry standard customer satisfaction metrics to measure if we're on track. Those are namely Net Promoter Score, Customer Effort Score, and ticket response times. So essentially, after every interaction with the registry is complete, we send a brief survey to the member, and we kind of request that they fill back, provide their feedback and scores accordingly. Net Promoter Score. Our objective here is to hit 80, is to reach an 80 score. Just for context, anything above 0 is actually seen as a positive. It's possible to get negative scores in NPS. Industry standard categories include like over 30 is seen as great, over 70 is seen as excellent, top percentile. So we do set the bar high, and I believe Apple are scoring in 72 or KLM mid 50s. So we're keeping good company with our current scores. Q4 is very high, and we're happy about that, but no champagne bottles just yet. 1 month into that quarter, so hopefully we'll keep that momentum going. Customer effort score. So here we ask members, to what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? The RIPE NCC made it easy to handle my issue. Our target here, out of a total of, well, on a scale of 7, is to reach the point of 6.5 consistently. Anything between 6 to 7, seen as strongly agree in customer effort scores. So yeah, again, we're happy with the track that we're on here. Q2, a little bit below bar, but it is known as being a bit of a more tricky period with the billing reminders to please pay your bills. And generally people are not overly happy to receive those, but still we're happy with the scores we're going. And ticket response times. Our goal here is to respond to 100% of our tickets within 1 business day. The average for the year so far is 99.3%. The lowest score we've had on a monthly aggregate is 98. We have reached 100%. So I do want to emphasize that we do prioritize quality over quantity. So we don't want to be sending empty replies just to hit a fine ticket response time. But yeah, even with that priority, we still have this metric, and we're happy with the performance so far. So registry accuracy. The objective here is to ensure a highly accurate and compliant registry. I've always found this part very interesting because we all know and want an accurate registry, but how can you quantify, how can you measure, how can you deliver on that on a regular basis? And I can't lay claim to this, it was already in place, but we do have some good metrics here to verify all members within a 5-year period. Same for end users, so those holding provider independent resources, verify them every 5 years, and complete 2,400 ARCs annually. Verifying registry information. So here for both member and end user information, we use official sources such as chambers of commerce, online registries, and verification checks can be triggered in many ways, both proactively and reactively. I'll go through more shortly. The information that we have for members with a DUNS number, we have a monitoring system in place, and whenever any change is made to legal company name, address, registration number, or status, we do get a notification, and we handle each ticket individually. An important metric is the last verification date. So once a verification is performed, we see at that moment in time that the information is correct in the registry. We make sure that it is, if there are any changes that are necessary. And then the results for all members and end users are into 3 categories with that timestamp of verified within 2 years, 2 to 5 years, and those that have not been verified for over 5 years. So to quickly illustrate how we're doing with the members, our goal here is to, again, verify all members within 5 years. You can see the blue line is those over 5 years. We are progressively moving towards that key target of 0. So we want to get no blue line. At the moment, we're at 4.1%. And with end users, similarly, we're making progress, and we're now at 1.1% of end users that have not been verified within 5 years. Now this I found fascinating as well when I arrived. The amount of tickets, the amount of ticket types that trigger a verification I've even grouped these. There's multiple more groups, but these are the high level. If anyone wants to know more or wants to see more, we're happy to put together maybe a labs article or whatnot. But yeah, here's an overview of the array of types of verifications and how they're triggered. And similarly for end users, those holding PI resources. Moving on to assisted registry checks. So the primary goal of the ARCs are to keep members, keep their data accurate and make them aware of what their responsibilities are, what their expectations are on them. But basically also we all do many other activities as well. We promote or we speak about the policies and services we provide during the ARC. So we target those with the oldest verification date. So those in my previous slide that are over 5 years for ARCs. So far this year, we're on track, slightly shy, but we're on track. We're accelerating towards the end of the year as well. And just for reference, on an average, 200 per month, but yeah, 2,400 is our target for the year. Other updates. So the level of diligence in this area has genuinely impressed me since I arrived, rejoined the organization. So as an association under Dutch law, the RIPE NCC must comply with sanction regulations imposed by the Netherlands and the EU. All current members and end users have been screened and are actively monitored. We get an alert from the monitoring system if ever there's a change in the status of a member in relation to sanctions. At that moment, the resources are frozen and the case is individually picked up by one of the team to investigate. When I say frozen as well, resources, they're not open for transfer. Yeah, and sanctioned entities are then prevented from registering new resources once confirmed, and resource again, as I say, frozen. Handling this workload on a manual effort, one by one, it's quite large and it's spread across teams. So thank you to the legal team, but yeah, also with the registry team working together on this considerable and important effort. And just so you know, there's also a quarterly sanctions report, transparency report that's published, and that contains info on how members, end users and legacy holders are affected by sanctions while respecting their confidentiality and privacy. External audit. So as directed by the board, we are conducting an external audit, and we're going to do this every 2 years. We're in the middle of one now. We're hoping to complete before the end of the year. The goal here is to assess the integrity of registry procedures and data, so to ensure that we're compliant and processes are safe from intentional or unintentional oversight, errors, fraud, all this type of thing, and to make sure our data is also true to legal entities. And yeah, depending on the outcome of the audits, we will put together an implementation plan if we can see there's areas for further improvement in our work. So you have just seen the survey and results are good. We're pretty happy with the registry results so far, but we don't just use it to pat ourselves on the back. We do these, we use this as an opportunity to see where we can improve further. We did see that some feedback was in regards to consistency, personalizing responses. Yeah, we do have a continuous improvement mechanism in the registry, and we do pick up all of these. Yeah, we're looking into each of these responses individually, but also whenever we receive feedback to a ticket, for example, with suggestions of, you know, something could be done better, we look into it individually, and we, yeah, appreciate all that feedback. It helps us get to where we need to be. And also we've listened to the community earlier this year, and for next year's budget, we have made, I think, some positive cutbacks. That's going to save us 200K compared to this year's budget. Around software licenses have been reduced, compliance tooling has been optimized, consultancy and travel has been cut as well. And finally, yes, I sent an update to the NCC services mailing list earlier last week. Sorry, I'm watching my time now. And yes, update that the board resolved to decommission both of these services on the brokers list and IP version 4 transfer listing service. The brokers list was seen to be not achieving what it set out to do, and the cost to maintain, to keep their high standards was very high. The listing service was intended to give more control over transfers, and the software itself was needed, yeah, a full rewrite. But again, yeah, the resources are not available. On these points, I really want to emphasize this, that we're going to have a community consultation early next year, the details of which have not been planned or discussed yet, but as soon as we have information, we will, of course, relay through our communication channels. I really want to reach out to everyone to contribute in this discussion. We want to hear from everyone around what the NCC's role with respect to the IP version 4 market should be in future. Again, it's very big, it's very high level, but it's more of a teaser, a heads up that, yeah, we will be looking for your feedback and discussion in the new year. So in summary, our service levels are reaching world class, we would say, as we classify in our metrics. Registry accuracy is increasingly closer to our targets. Operational efficiency and sanctions compliance is high on our priority list. The decommissioning of the brokers and IP version 4 transfer list and consultation about our future in this area next year. And finally, but not least, a huge thank you to the registry team for your tremendous work this year once again. Since day one that I returned, I've been impressed by the level of expertise, diligence, and yeah, it's really a pleasure to work alongside such a great team and such high level of delivery. And with that, questions.
Any questions? Oh.
Hi, this is Bijal Sangani, Eurex. But I'm here as the ex-RIPE database task force chair. It's good to see the ARCs are going on, and 200 a month is really good. It was one of the recommendations from the task force, as you know. And my question is that an increase from previous years, or is it stayed the same?
I know in recent years, the last couple of years at least, it's been the same, but I think we have an expert in the room who might be able to give a bit more of a historic perspective.
Xavier Lebris from the RIPE NCC. I'm the coordinator for the ARC, and basically we've been reducing the ARC over the years with the amount of due diligence. And it means that we do a lot more checks that we used to do in the past, and this is also in a matter of database, contact and stuff like that. And we take the time also to explain how it works to the membership, because this is also the lacking of information.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No? All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
And next up is, and I realized I forgot to say this at the start, is that after this we have a break, and after the break we have the RIPE NCC general meeting. If you haven't registered for that, now it's too late probably, but you can always run and pledge and cry and beg with the RIPE NCC, the registration staff. But if I would have said it at the start, you might have had a chance. But anyway, however, it's a reason you're getting rid of me. So the next presentation, what I was going to say is that Hans-Petter is going to do the RIPE NCC update that is considered part of the general meeting, was actually what I was going to say. Over to Hans-Petter.
Thanks for that, Curtis. And I'm so glad that you asked everybody who's a bit late to run out of the room now before I start. So that's much appreciated. So giving an update on what we've done since last time, but I'm also looking a bit into the future, because most of the work we've done since last time is work on the activity plan and budget. So what I hope that you will have as key takeaways after my talk is that at the last meeting I said we want your input. We have listened, and another comment or another element into our planning process is that we do have less income and we do have increased costs. In 2023, the income is going to be around 38 million, not 40 as we had budgeted. And 2/3 of you voted to not increase membership fees for next year. So that means that our budget next year is also going to be at 38 million. That's kind of the basics of the story. So taking you back a bit, who are we? Then an update on what we've been doing, looking back before runout, transitions and disruptions, and how we plan. And then, of course, what exactly is it that we have planned? So trying to give you the context of how we're doing this as well. Who are we? If you go and read the Articles of Association, the RIPE NCC Association is about registration, it's about coordination, it's about administration and new activities. It's not only a registry. So we say that registry is important, some say it's the most important, but really the RIPE NCC is set up as more than a registry. Together, let's shape the future of the internet. That's been our vision for quite a few years now. It was established before I started as managing director. And the mission has 3 elements. to be the registry, a unique authority on internet number resources to enable you to operate and develop the internet. Secretariat for the RIPE community, to be a trusted steward of the open, inclusive and collaborative internet model and engaged you, the communities and people, and also be a neutral source of information, knowledge, and actively contribute to the stability and evolution of the internet. So 3 pillars, and they have been there. This was developed by the board before I started as managing director, but we did polish it a bit when we made the strategy for 22 to 26. So this was a job I started shortly after I started in 2022. And after long discussions in the board decided to put the community first in the strategy. The community set up the RIPE NCC, and the RIPE NCC is the secretariat of the community. Then the community decided that the registry in Europe, it was so inconvenient for the US to get license. So the RIPE NCC built actually told between their database registry, but I guess that's implementation details. And then thirdly, we want to enable all of you to operate one secure, stable, resilient, and global internet. And that's the C, the Network Coordination Center. We are helping you to coordinate in order to make sure that the internet works. And in order to do so, we need to be a stable organization, and we need to have a robust governance system. We need to have proper funding, and we need to have a board elected by the general meeting to oversee what we're doing. And none of this is possible without having engaged, competent, and diverse staff. So that's the 5 elements in our strategy. So what happened since last time? You just saw my new chief registry officer. He joined us at RIPE NCC earlier this year and had a flying start, attended the strategy session with the executive team before he started, and it's really great to see that you're up to speed, James. Much appreciate this. He's responsible for registration services, member services, and registry monitoring. We did reorganize after Kaveh left at the beginning of the year, so we now have one technology department consisting of the former software engineering and the IT and the measurement services. Research, we have moved out of the technical corner and into the community and engagement so that we get, you know, the researchers closer to the community. But they do have to work really close with the technology department who is sitting on the data and making the tools and so on. Just as software engineering still has to work really closely with the registry because they're developing the services there. So in the modern world, we cannot work in silos. We have to work across the organization. But having a CTO responsible for all technology things is so much easier for me, right? Because then I can just point at the CTO and say, fix that. So that means that my executive team now looks like this. Athena is here, you can see her around. Simon is here, you will see him present numbers later at the GM. Phillip is in Brazil getting married. I mean, priorities, right? Hisham is here, and James was just here on stage. And then Daniela is here. She organized the board meetings, both for the executive board on Sunday and with the APNIC board, who is also here this time on Saturday. And she's helping out at the reg desk and trying to keep me organized as well. So that's the part of my team here. Caroline and Eleonora is back running the RIPE NCC to make sure that the people are okay and security is in place. So, I want to repeat James' presentation, but the key takeaways here really is that, you know, the NPS and the CS, that's not about the numbers. It's about the methodology. We ask you after we've completed the ticket and engagement with you, I mean, how easy was it for you? Can you recommend us to others? And yes, it's great to get positive feedback, but if you have issues and you tell us, because there is a free form there and you give us a low score, we actually use that as a learning exercise. So that's why we're doing this, you know, on every tickets and not only every 3 years, as you saw in the other survey, in order to use this as a learning exercise. Accuracy is important. We need to continuously work on that. Operational efficiency and sanctions is important. This is about keeping me out of jail. And then we really need to have a substantial discussion with you, the community. What should the RIPE NCC be in the transfer market? Are we a pure cadastre doing only registrations? What's our interaction with the listing services? Is that completely outside our thing? Do we work with the brokers? Do we accredit them and all those things? What we had didn't really answer any of those questions. So rather than trying to work further on those, we decided to sunset the old tools in order to start with a clean slate and after discussing this with you. Technology. Since Phillip isn't here, I got the honors of doing a technology update as well. The biggest newsworthy thing since last time is probably the K-Root server officially launched in Uzbekistan. National TV and, you know, Vice Minister was there and really got high profile thing. This is important to the internet, the root servers, right? And the RIPE NCC is doing root servers so that you as the operators have, you know, some assurance that at least part of the root is operated in a secure and resilient manner. We do that for you. We've also modernized the SSO, the single sign-on on our website. We've changed the backend there and deployed it in a modern, in a more modern architecture. Technology department is then a melting pot and has been put together, two different departments, two different cultures, and they have come up with their objectives for the coming years to provide world-class services to our members and users, to increase employee engagement and engineering culture across all the teams, increase flow, agility, and observability, ensure security and compliance, and keep costs within budget. So that's kind of the 5 principles that are going to guide the technology team in the year to come. One of the things that on the engineering side that they've had a deep dive into is this backend for some of our measurement services. First and foremost, the Atlas storage. And if you went to the MAT working group on Tuesday, Robert made a presentation on this and got more in depth on that. So I'll just give some of the technical details here again. The existing Atlas storage is bursting at its seams. It's not been invested in for the last, well, since before I started. I don't think I've seen anything in the CapEx on that. So it's just been running and the maintenance have been increasing. Not really good, but that's the fact. Now we need to do something. The RIS storage, routing information services, is very similar, however, not really at the point of bursting yet. So we need a strong long-term solution for this. And after reviewing different architecture and looking at costs and complexity, the team came up with a recommendation on the most cost-efficient way of doing this, to go into tiered storage, depending on how recent data is. So if the data is recent, such as less than a month old, for instance, it will be stored in a newly built on-prem Hadoop cluster. That's the same technology as we use today. But historical data will put on some cheap cloud object storage, such as AWS S3 or similar. And we plan to do this by renting bare metal servers, which gives us more flexibility in scaling up and down, because we don't really know, you know, the size of this 1 month. And as internet doubles every year or every 2 years, then the number of measurements has an exponential growth as well. So flexibility there in the first version is important. And then to give you a sort of a quick architectural overview on what this looks, I mean, it will be the hot storage, the red one, which is fast, but then also costs more. And then you have the slowest, down to, what is it, some of these providers call it, glacier storage. You put it on ice, and then it's really cheap, but it takes a week to get access to it, right? So whether we will go that far and have it that inaccessible is something that the board suggested that we would ask the MAT working group to have a task force to establish the principles for this. So Robert did ask that question yesterday, and I hope that the working group can engage in setting the principles for, you know, how long and how accessible should the data be. And there is a RIPE Labs articles on that. So this may sound like, you know, a small thing, but, you know, doing this complete re-engineering things and exploring all the options takes a lot of effort and discussion. Providing world-class services. Really, you know, the RIPE NCC, I think when you started, Daniel, you had 1 server or you had 4 or 5 servers the first year, and they actually doubled as workstations. So yeah. And I remember those days. We're not quite there any longer, right? We're running something that we don't want to label as critical services because that has legal consequences in regulatory set. But what we're doing is pretty critical for the operation of the internet. That's kind of the one end. The other end, as I think both the survey said and Randy mentioned in his keynote on Monday, why do I need training to use these services? The user interface should really be self-explanatory, and we're going to work on improving that. Next one out is the RPKI dashboard, and then we will look at the other services in the LIR portal as well. Technical capabilities, sort of nurturing the engineering capabilities in the organization is important. This is about, continuous delivery, delivering software in production. 15 years ago, no, 20 years ago, when I started my last job, it was all about, you got software twice a year. There was the summer release and the Christmas release. Today, it's more about how many releases do you do a week or a day. How do we make sure that we have continuous integration, delivery, and automated testing and all that stuff? We have the tools, but the maturity across the different teams is different. So lifting that to a common level is going to be a focus area for the next year. And we know that disruptions will happen. I mean, all of you are running some kind of networks, and yes, when we get good, we have less incidents, but they do happen, and then we need the capability to detect it, ideally before it has a consequence for the users, and then we need to fix it. That's also important here. Security and compliance, and you will hear me repeat this many times through this presentation, that has become increasingly important. 20 years ago, when I started my last job, I did security. We had a firewall, we had antivirus, tick, tick, we're done, right? That was security. It's a bit more today. I'll come back to this later on, but doing security thing in the systems is one thing. Demonstrating it, having somebody else to look over it and doing the external audits is another thing that's become increasingly important for us. No, the internet is kind of the commons. It's not owned by anybody, but we all depend on it. We need to look after that together. So we engage with you at 2 RIPE meetings. When I joined the community, it was 3 a year, which was, a pain to get travel approval to go to 3 meetings a year. So then I was so happy when it was reduced to 2 meetings a year. And then we added the ENOG, MINOG, and SCE. So we actually went from 3 meetings to 5 meetings a year. The most recent one is the Central Asia Peering and Interconnect Forum, because the countries in this area are landlocked. So interconnection and peering is vitally important there. How can they work closer together in order to be less dependent on the countries along? And I think doing a parallel to Norway, back when I built networks, all the connections in Norway went through Sweden. Friendly country, but they had different surveillance laws. So actually Swedes looked at all traffic that went in and out of Norway because they could do that, right? So not being dependent on only one neighbor is really important. Taking out all the geopolitical things here. Now, of course, you can look that there is one particular country that all of these are dependent on, but aside for that, making sure that you have resilient interconnections and multiple ways out is a good thing anyway. We met in Middle East. That's a more mature regional meeting, 23rd one in Riyadh, 212 attendees. And as you can see, we had more attendees in Uzbekistan when we met there, which is really great for the second meeting in that area. We also do local days, NCC days in Sofia. We had 2 internet measurements day in Kyrgyzstan and Moldova. And we also engage with governments since the last RIPE meeting in Montenegro and in Dubai. The meeting in Dubai was really high level. It was heads of regulators in the Middle East countries. The IT minister for Palestine was also there. And it was really interesting to sit with them and hear their concerns. Of course, IPv4, IPv6 deployment, RPKI is a sort of common interest where we work with the governments in order to build capacity in the countries. Learning and development. We have changed to a better exam platform, and it's more cost efficient. So yes, we have positive feedback from people that they appreciate the ability to also get a document saying that we've done this training, and we made sure that we can provide that in a cost efficient manner. We've launched a recertification program. The RIPE database certificates are the first to expire. And we have done now, in cooperation with Miriam and the working group chairs, created e-learning training, 5 modules so far. There are more to follow on how to be a working group chair. So that's to raise the barrier for those of you who are interested in maybe becoming a working group chair. You can sign up for that to see, you know, what does it take and how does those work. And those of you who have been working group chairs for 20 years may actually want to have a look at those as well and saying that, oh, maybe there are things that I've missed during those years. But no, you don't have to admit that publicly. You can look at that from your home, right? And then we've improved exams for BGP security and IPv6 security. Country reports, Central Europe and Turkey, we have published, and this is taking the data and providing them in some way that can be easily accessible for members and decision makers in the countries. Collaboration and cooperation, and this is where we come to another area where the org chart doesn't really follow the activities, because collaboration and cooperation is a cooperation internally between the internal engagement community and legal. So, you know, I have the same content here in two places, so I've just put them together here. We're here to work to defend the global internet registry system. And 49% of the survey respondents have said that this is a very important activity. Not that many people think it's that important that we talk to governments, but, you know, in order to defend the registry system, we actually have to talk to the governments as well. But it's not that we talk to governments for the sake of talking to them. We're talking to them to make sure that if they are going to make decisions that affect the internet, they have the facts in place and they take that into account. And I talked to one of our colleagues in Dubai, Shafiq, who said that, you know, over the engagement with the governments in the area, we have now come to the point that they actually come to us and they ask questions when they want facts. It's not necessarily the most friendly region when it comes to multi-stakeholder or how we do things in ITU or not, but at least we have an open dialogue and we have their ear. That doesn't mean that they do as we say, but without this dialogue, I think we would be in a very different place. Sanctions, yeah, it's not only legal, it's also in the engagement part. It's a lot of interactions with the Dutch authorities, with EU, and with the community in general. We funded a research project that was presented at the last RIPE meeting. So we have done a lot there to build knowledge in general around the effect of sanctions. We have, I'm happy to say, removed sanctions-related restrictions, the freezing of resources for 49 RIPE NCC members and end users following a new sanctions exemption. The exemption wasn't made specifically for us, but for telecommunication services. But finally, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands confirmed that our services are covered by this exemption. And we are transparent in this area by providing, publishing a quarterly sanctions transparency report. Legal compliance, so legal is not only doing sanctions, as it kind of sounds like that sometimes. And it's not only legal doing sanctions, that's kind of across the whole organization sometimes. The e-privacy law or the cookie law has been sort of implemented to a larger extent than before. So we should be compliant there. And it's a fun fact is that I just went through my mailbox now and there was a paper from Gartner saying that 3 most important things to think about now as a CTO. One of them is implement the cookie law thingy. So yeah, we're ahead of Gartner's recommendations clearly. Digital Services Act, we've updated terms of services, which relations to submitting contents on the website. So there is a lot of these regulations that we need to follow and see how does these apply to us, and then find practical ways of implementing them. I think Randy made some excellent points on Monday, saying that, you know, we really need lawyers that are solution oriented and figuring out how to implement things rather than stopping things or litigating. Updating the RIPE database terms and conditions to include a geofeed as a purpose for the RIPE database. That was my 20 minutes mark, so I still have 10 minutes left. I just wanted to have a check there. Information security, risk and compliance. So part of this is about technology, right? Reducing vulnerabilities. Actually detecting them is the first thing and then figuring out to do that. You know, the most trivial thing is patching, but that's not always that trivial. Bug bounty program, standardization of security operations, and so on. So that's the technical side. There is a human side to this as well, with doing awareness training, both, you know, digitally for all employees, so that we know that everybody has had some exposure to to security training, and we're doing sending emails with links to click on. And yes, I was among those that clicked on please update your Zoom client, because I'm told to update my client, so I click on everything that comes from security. After that, I stopped clicking on links altogether. Can you please approve this purchase order? No, it's a link. I won't click on links. And then we do more specialist security trainings for developers as well, right? So it's not a one-size-fits-all. Compliance initiatives. So having an information security management system, ISMS, for those who knows the lingo, building that on the ISO 27001 standard, and eventually getting certified at during next year. That's one of the objectives here. We're slightly further ahead on the control framework based on SOC 2 controls, where we will have an auditing firm doing an assessment of that and providing a report in the format of an ISAE 3000 assessment report, for those of you who know that lingo, that will state whether to what level or RPKI's service is compliant with these controls. And I believe that these are important steps, because some of the regulations that we see from EU and others, like the NIS2 directive, which we're not subject to, but one of the things that we could be subject to if the politicians change their mind and decide to regulate us is a right to audit. So rather than having all the governments in our areas coming and say that, oh, but we need to audit you, we are providing a third-party audit reports. I mean, that's my goal. The other part is reporting on incidents, which we already do publicly, so that should be easier to do. So it's not that since I worked in security and loved doing audits, that I'm doing this for the sake of doing audits. Part of it is improvement, and another part is documenting this to third parties. Also risk management. We've had the risk management framework in place since before I started, and that has now been modernized and will be presented to the board in the next board meeting in 2 weeks. I mentioned bug bounty program, and there was a Labs article published on Monday this week, I think, where we've now gone public with this. This started back in 2014 with the responsible disclosure program, which is pretty standard in the industry. Many companies have done by invitation bug bounty programs, where we invite security researchers and ask them to test things. Now we have opened that up, so now we have a public bug bounty program, which is really, not that many companies that do that. Human resources, I don't normally talk too much about this internal parts, but one of the major changes there is that we now have a third party that provides us with the ability to hire people in other countries. And we've also done a lot of optimization on HR systems and staff safety. And I also want to do a shout out here to the Works Council, which is an elected body, which under Dutch law has some rights for advice and approval. And it's really been great to work with them on a lot of these things that comes to HR processes. So I'm mentioning it here so that the community should feel, should know that, staff actually has a way to management and influence a lot of this. So it's not that I don't want the community to care about the staff, but you can rest assured that the Works Council is pretty agile on that. Finance, what do? They control the costs. There has been major work on the budget for 2024. You will see the 40 to 38 million slides many times. Banking relations. Yeah, you've heard about customer relations or vendor relations, right? Banking relations is a thing, especially when you come to banks that are risk averse and don't want to deal with sanctioned countries or ultra high risk countries, and onboarding of an external treasury party for professionally managing our investment portfolio. And that's according to a treasury statute. So it's not that we're going to gamble with the members' money, but we're going to have a third party doing this for us in a consistent way with professionals. Yeah. Looking back, before I started, looking back at RIPE-NCC, growth of 154% over 2013 to 19, cost increase of only 66%, inflation over the years of a total of 10%, and a reduction in membership fees of 35%. Now, this is why I took the job. This is easy peasy. No, and then came the disruptions. Well, I joined sanctions, regulations, banks, scrutiny, COVID-19, wars, energy crisis, inflation, and this has driven the cost, right? It's not that you can just sort of say that this has no effect on us. This has changed the way we work. From 19 to 22, the number of LIRs declined with 7%. The total costs increased with 9%, while we had 17% inflation during those years, and the cost per LIR increased with 16%. So yes, it's painful to say that I have to charge you more. Well, but you know, this is the reality of life. There has been inflation of 17% during these years, so we're kind of in line with that. How do we plan? We're now here at the end of the year with activity plan and budget. We're going into to board approval in December. And you've seen this being published. We've had an open house. You've seen the takeaways from the survey already presented. We have followed parts of it already. We haven't analyzed everything fully, as Adonis shared here, that we have published the findings that we will work on. But these have already been taken into account. We have not cut any services or activities yet. We are focusing on outreach in our service region. We have reduced the budget. We continue to invest in security. We are continuing to invest in e-learning and on security, RPKI and V6. And we work to improve the applications. That's sort of already in the plan for next year. The executive board gave a direction in June, so we start this process with the board giving input to the management team, so we don't go off in the wrong direction. Focus on cost savings and aim for a break-even budget, and our forecast is 38 million for next year. We then had management retreat and looking at the existing strategy, not inventing a new one, but picking 4 elements of that strategy that's already there. To be a center of excellence for data, to make sure that we can share insight and act on facts, both we and you. Ensure organization stability and financial strength. That's of course important when we see the inflation and everything that's happening around us. Be resilient on the political side. Well, we've still not done on the sanctions side, and there are unfortunately more wars popping up around us. And we need to continue to work on security. Following this, the budget that we have presented is a 36% reduction in consultancy, 18% reduction in information technology, 14% reduction in outreach, 19% in contributions, and 20% in travel. That's compared with this year's budget. Luckily, we saw this development already in May at the GM. We got a 2/3 vote against increasing the membership fee. So we took the signal and we pulled the brakes. So while a 20% reduction in travel from the budget, it's roughly in line with what we've done this year. So it's not a dramatic change, although I should tell you that, you know, I've done a dramatic change here to cut the budget because you told me to. But then if I tell that to staff, they're saying that, wow, dramatic change, we don't like that. So this is a very delicate balance with where I have, you know, one communication externally to my members that funds me, that we've done, you know, really cuts. And I'm telling internally that, you know, don't worry, this is not really that bad. You can also look at the budget visualizations and see how this is broken down. The blue part is the registry, the green part is the measurement services and IT. And then you have the red part, which is the external engagement, and the purple part, which is you can call it the overhead. But you know, we really need HR, we need finance, we need security, and so on. An interesting thing, if you look at the right side here, is where does the money come from? And looking at this right meeting, for instance, it costs us around 700,000 to pull us off this meeting. Actually, we're probably going over budget, so it's going to be more. But we only get 120 to 150,000 in tickets income, right? So there is a huge imbalance in that. We have some sponsorships, and they are mainly for the measurement services, but also some for the meetings. But you know, should we increase these areas in order to reduce the membership fee, or should we focus on the major part here and not get into that? That's one of the discussions that we have to have, not for 24, because this is more or less cast in stone, but for the 25 and going forward. And I think since I'm out of time, I have more slides on the elements of the registry, but I also have a speaking slot into GM. So I'll let this just be the introduction there, and I actually have exactly the same slides for the rest in the GM. I thought to repeat them, but to be mindful of time, I'll stop here, and then ask the chair if there is time for any questions. So.
Sure. Any questions for Hans Petter? Oh. You're staff.
Yeah, I paid Daniel to make sure that it would be at least one question for this. Exactly. But I don't know which question it is, so that's a bit.
Okay, my name is Daniel Karnberg. Still, I'm one of the co-founders of RIPE, and I'm also a RIPE NCC staff member, but I'm not speaking as such. I'm speaking as a member of the community. First, let me answer one of your questions. How many servers at the start of the RIPE NCC? The answer is 2. One external, one internal, security. And this is actually written up in a RIPE Labs article for people who are interested in the details. I have more a comment, 2 comments in the question. One is the thing that sort of Randy raised on Monday saying, do I need a training course to use the RIPE NCC services? And I'll reveal a dirty secret, no, not dirty, a secret. We started those training courses not only to tell people how to use our services, but also to appear less of a faceless bureaucracy, to actually talk to people, to get them in the room, to build confidence. And that makes me a little concerned when I see your slide that says we cut external engagement. I think the credibility of RIPE and the RIPE NCC rests with the bottom-up trust that we generate. And it is very easy to cut stuff that is not greatly appreciated by the present members, or even the majority of the members, but that is crucial for our credibility. So I would encourage people to actually discuss this, and I have no voice in the membership meeting, but if you have, you might want to send some signals to the board in that regard. The second thing is there any, that's a real question, is there any discussion between you and the board about aligning the decision about the fee structure and the budget? Because what I personally observe right now is that we decide in the beginning of the year we don't want to pay more, and we decide at the end of the year what we want. And the two seem a little bit uncoupled. Usually you might want to decide what you want and then fund it.
So it's kind of a mission impossible because you can see that since May we have now been working on the activity plan and budget, right? Now, if we're going to do the activity plan and budget before we do the membership vote in May, we would actually have to start before Christmas planning the year after, right? And we need to have some time to actually execute these plans as well. Now, if we move the funding until this vote, so I put in front of you, here is a plan, and then here's the price, and you have to vote yes or no. What happens if you vote no, right? Then this means I have to, strike things afterwards. And now I have actually 2 weeks from today to the December board meeting. So since this meeting is so late in the year, it's kind of mission impossible to even take comments from this meeting into account. So it's really a planning squeeze here. I see a couple of solutions, right? One would be that as all other RIRs, the members leave to the board to set the charging scheme. Now that's a bit scary because that would require 2/3 vote in the GM, and there were 2/3 voting against increasing the fees. So that's a complicated one. Another one is to look at when and you will see in Simon's presentations in the GM that he's made forecasts for 25 to 27 already. So when we discuss the fee structure in May, we don't have a detailed plan for what we're going to do in 25 to 27, but we have an indications on what the steady state with the current plans is going to be, and then we need that funded, right? So that's the immediate, that's the easy step that we've taken so far. But if anybody has any great ideas in how to change this, enterprise planning things for 200 staff and 40 million plus minus business into something that takes this to account. Yeah, well, ICANN does 3-year plans 3 years ahead of time, so they're kind of like they plan long in the future. That's one way. But I'm all ears for ways to optimize that. We've talked about it, but no solution other than we know providing forecasts for the next 3 years, and that will be part of the discussion in May.
Thank you. Last chance questions. Thank you, Hans-Petter.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to hand over to BGL to do chair selection, which means I'm done.
Thank you, Curtis, for 20 years of chairing this working group. It's going to be, weird continuing without you. Okay, so we don't actually have a lot of time. I think we're already gone over. But I just wanted to recap on the co-chair selection. So on the 25th of September, Curtis sent an email to the NCC Services mailing list declaring that he was not going to be standing again for re-selection. On the 1st of November, Rob Evans, my co-chair, who's unfortunately not with us today, is sent a mail to the mailing list asking for candidates to step forward if they're interested in the co-chair position. We received 2 nominations, Janos Zaka and Steffann Wahl. On the 16th of November, Rob asked the working group to show support for the candidates. We received 3 votes of support, and as Curtis mentioned earlier, we're not entirely sure that is any sort of consensus. So I would like to ask the working group in the room here if they could show their support for the candidates. So I'll start in order of who came forward first. So anyone showing, if you want to show your support for Janos, please can you raise your hand now? I'm going to try and count this. Around 20. And next for Steffann, please. Very close from what I can see. Yes, so that was actually very close, and I'd like to thank you both for standing for the position. And going by the number of hands raised, I would like to confirm that Janos will be the co-chair for the NCC Services Working Group. Thank you again, Steffann, for standing, and welcome, Janos. Okay, with that, we have a few minutes for AOB. Does anybody have any other business they would like to discuss? Shane.
I do. Hi, I'm Shane Kerr, IBM. I may have missed it, but I didn't think we were in any discussion about right meeting locations and the way that meetings are announced and things like that. Basically, this is my attempt to lodge a complaint. I've not been super happy with the physical locations in Rotterdam or here. And regardless of the reasons for that, I don't really expect a defense of that, but I find the process has been very non-transparent. I think it would be nice if we could have a open, bottom-up discussion of how to arrange our meetings instead of it being, I feel like we've become quite lazy as a community and outsourced it to the RIPE NCC, which has been very convenient, but maybe if we're not happy, then we should do a little more work to help out with that.
Yeah, thanks for that. And part of it falls in the community plenary and discussion. What does the community want? Do you want bigger meetings? Do you want smaller meetings? Do you want them more central, or do you want them in the outskirts so people don't run away but actually stay focused at the meeting? I mean, there are many dimensions to this. One thing, and I mean, this is clearly on the RIPE NCC part here. I mean, we're working closely with Miriam on this, but we have to execute. We're doing calls for venues. We are catching up after COVID, right? We used to be 2 years plus in advance, and we have now had out call for locations. We have proposals from local hosts, and we're then going after those and doing site surveys, but I'm not quite sure when we can do a public consultation while negotiating with the venues, because if we get too close to the dates, we have no negotiation power yet, and if we include too many people in the actual, should we go there and there or support this and that venue, that gets very, very complicated. Every other organization I'm talking to, being ICANN or IETF, have issues with this after COVID. But it's really like, I would like to promise that we will sign up the next 6 meetings shortly into next year's, but that may be a bit hard, but at least we will get back to 2 years in advance and do so. We have criteria for selection of the meeting places. I think having the community review those and look at those, and also the more existential things, do you want us to grow beyond 800 into the 1,000, 2,000? That means conference center. That means venues like Rotterdam, right? Or do we want to limit ourselves into the cozy 300-400 ones, which gives a lot of other options? And I don't have the answers to that, and I shouldn't dictate that, but I'll pass that ball to Miriam, and I will be happy to work with her and the community on that. Or I'm sure Hisham and his team will be happy to work with Miriam on that.
Thank you. And Hans-Peter has already said everything. I don't have much to add. I just wanted to confirm that Hans-Peter and I are talking about this extensively, actually, and that I'm also talking to a lot of community members. And these are exactly the right questions that we should consider as a community. And I'm happy to hear any feedback on that. Just so to mention that this is not the first time, we're thinking about this. We're actually continuously thinking about this. And as Hans-Peter said, we're still catching up from some of the fallout from losing staff, from the COVID pandemic and so forth. And also, yes, this is an industry-wide issue that we're seeing also with other events, that it's kind of hard to find good locations. But we are definitely working on this closely together, the RIPE NCC and myself.
Daniel.
Hi, Daniel again, speaking as myself. I'm slightly uncomfortable with the chair selection thing being done by a vote. We don't vote in RIPE, and we haven't. But that's just, I'm old and inflexible. More to the point, I think you're making a little mistake here. You have 2 qualified and willing volunteers. You might want to use both of them in some way. So consider that. Maybe have someone as an understudy, Steffann, if he wants to. For the next time a selection has to be made. I think that would be the right way to do things. Right way to do things.
Job Snyders, talking as an individual contributor. I want to echo Daniel's comments and point out that the RIPE Services Working Group chair selection process description allows for 3 chairs. So
we already have Rob Evans.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm confused because of the remote situation. My apologies. Thank you.
Yeah, so there is 3 of us, but actually this might be a good opportunity to, but this might also be a good opportunity to say that next year it's my turn to stand down, and I will also be standing down. So, you know, maybe somebody can restand, or just to let everybody know that there will be an opportunity to stand for this position next year as well. Yeah. Okay, any other comments of anything? Any other business? All right, in that case, I think we are done, and I'd like to close the working group. Thank you.